All right, Ms. Kelly Snyder, would you like to kick us off?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kelly Snyder. I am with the Department of Energy Environmental Management Office. I'm the designated federal officer for the EM Site Specific Advisory Board. And our original plan for the day was for me to also serve in the deputy designated federal officer role because we were waiting for a delegation to happen. And luckily that delegation happened this week. And so I'd like to introduce Jennifer Colborn. She is the new DDFO, deputy designated federal officer for the Hanford Advisory Board. This off, Jennifer?
Thank you, Kelly. It is nice to be here with you all. I look forward to having conversations and meeting you all personally. Good morning and welcome to the February 12th Hanford Advisory Board meeting. My name is Jennifer Colborn. I am the Deputy Designated Federal Officer for the Hanford site. As a reminder, this meeting will be conducted in accordance with the requirements of the Federal Advisory Committee Act, also known as FACA. The advisory committees have played an important role in shaping programs and policies of the federal government. The Hanford Advisory Board's role is to provide policy-level advice and recommendations concerning EM site-specific issues such as cleanup activities and environmental restoration, waste and nuclear materials management and disposition, excess facilities, future land use and long-term stewardship, risk management, and communications and outreach. I would like to remind everyone to assume noble intent and adhere to the operating ground rules. I appreciate your attendance today, and I look forward to a very robust meeting. Thanks.
Thank you. And there are several administrative items I'd like to go over before we begin. First, this meeting is being recorded and will be posted to the Hanford site YouTube. If you have not already, we do keep attendance per FACA. You can find the sign-in sheet at the front table near Chandra. You can also collect a name tag and name tent and any handouts. And I would also like to take a moment to go over our meeting ground rules, which are: listen carefully, honor the guidance of the chair, be respectful and assume all participants have good intentions, minimize sidebar conversations in the room and chat, and mute yourself online or leave the room if you must answer a phone call. If you would like to review these at your leisure, you will find them at the base of your table tent. During this meeting, we'd like to operate by queue. In order to enter queue, you can take your table tent and flip it to the side. This provides everyone about an equal opportunity to get into the conversation and speak their piece without being interrupted. Understandably, some conversations do require some back and forth. Just make sure you give everyone ample opportunity to talk. I would like to know if you have any questions about ground rules, procedures, or anything else. We do have several members that have volunteered to serve as mentors. We have Mia Burke, Susan Coleman, Tom Cecilia, and Chris Sutton all in the room. And they've offered their contact information. You can get that mentor list from Chandra as well. One final note, when you're talking in the microphone, you press the power button to see the red light. It'll be active. You'll want to sit relatively close to your microphone instead of, you're sitting back, as you can see, you won't be heard quite as well. If you're animated, you also swinging your head back and forth, you also won't be heard quite as well. And I think that's about everything. Over to you, Susan.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, Kelly and Jen. We're really happy to have you both here. And so I don't have a whole lot to say. I hope everybody's having a wonderful start of 2025. As crazy as it has been so far, hopefully it'll level off a little bit. But I know we've got a full meeting today, and I know that weather is going to hit us tomorrow. We're supposed to. So I know some people are kind of looking towards leaving tonight and doing virtual tomorrow. So we need to get as much business done today as we can. And I think that, is there anything else, Mia? Okay. Why don't we do the introductions and see who all's here and online.
All right, we'll start off and we'll go to my left. I'm Josh Patnod. I support the HAB facilitation team.
Jen Colborn, DOE.
Kelly Snyder, DOE.
For advanced DOE. Eddie Holbrook, Ecology.
Ryan Miller, Ecology.
Dave Enan, EPA.
Michelle Holt, Benton Franklin Council of Governments.
Kevin Daddenby, Citizen Representative, Grant and Franklin County.
Good morning, Lorraine Contreras, Yakima Nation.
Alfonso Contreras, Heart of America, Northwest.
Rob Parmalee, representing non-union and non-management employees here at the HAB.
Brian Ivy, Public at Large.
Jim Doherty, Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board.
Mia Burke, Hanford Challenge.
Susan Coleman, Public at Large.
Tom Facilio, Oregon Department of Energy.
Matthew Campbell, Confederated Tribes, the Umatilla Indian Reservation.
Jesus Mota, Columbia Basin College.
Rob Davis, representing the city of Pasco, and welcome everybody to Pasco.
Amber Waldriff, Heart of America Northwest.
And Ed Parsons, Public at Large.
Larry Brandt, Public at Large.
Chris Sutton, Local Environmental Interests.
Pam Larson, Benton County.
And I will go down the list of participants on teams as I see them. You'll have an opportunity to open your microphone and introduce yourself. I'll begin with Anna Grisel.
Good morning, Ana Grisel Alvarez, Department of Ecology.
Ambika. Chuck.
Ecology.
I'm sorry, Josh. Did you want me to go now?
Yeah, this is your opportunity.
Okay, Chuck Torelli, City of Kennewick.
Thank you. Dan Saras.
Hi, Dan Sears, just a member of the public listening in.
Thank you. Colleen.
Hi, Colleen Drinkard with Hanford Mission Integration Solutions.
Spencer.
Spencer Harris with Cadlet.
Sorry, I skipped over Dana. Okay. Move on to Matt Hendrickson.
Matt Hendrickson, alternate member from Oregon Department of Energy.
And Christy. Okay. Dan McDonald.
Good morning, Dan McDonald, Tank Waste Treatment Section with Ecology.
Dana.
Good morning, Dana McFadden with the Department of Ecology.
Melanie.
Melanie Snyder, Western Interstate Energy Board.
Megan.
Megan Perkins, Department of Health. Tom Rogers from Department of Health is also here today, but his mic is not working. So if you call him, he probably won't be able to respond.
Thank you. Ben.
Ben Pruitt, Washington Department of Ecology.
Simone.
Good morning, Simone Anter, Columbia Riverkeeper alternate.
Michael.
Michael Turner, HMIS Tri-Party Agreement Support.
Wayne.
Wayne Barber, Exchange Monitor Publications.
And Sarah. Okay. That is everyone who is attending at the table or online. One reminder, when it comes to questions, we'll be taking questions from primary members first, and we'll have opportunity for alternate member questions at the end of a topic. When it comes to consensus on advice, it is one voice per seat. alternates will want to confer with, alternates and primaries will want to confer to ensure that they're in alignment on any input they provide. And with that, I think we're ready to launch into the TPA updates, beginning with Mr. Brian Vance. And I'll get the presentation up momentarily.
Good morning. Great to be here to provide an update on the Hanford site today. We'll just go right to the first slide. This is a slide I always show, provides really a pretty good overview of the site. Really focused on our singular mission at Hanford, the safe and effective treating of tank waste and delivering environmental remediation across the site. The key set activities remain unchanged. Safe and secure operations, manage and treat and disposition tank waste, stabilize aging structures, demolish recharge facilities, remediate waste sites, treat contaminated groundwater, and right size our infrastructure. We've got projects and activities I'll talk about during the presentation that highlight some of the progress in each of these areas. More broadly, if we think about the site as three separate product lines, we've got the tank waste mission product line, risk reduction product line, which is sort of the traditional remediation, demolition, soil, groundwater treatment, and then base operations and infrastructure, which really covers the underpinning of the site to enable all those other activities. And then the DOE leadership team focus areas really have not changed since, I would say, well, it's been a long time since I've been here a long time. Actually 6 years on Saturday as a dual manager. But I think these precepts or tenets of our site operations and our approach to business at Hanford have allowed us or enabled us to transform the site with our contractor partners and deliver the progress that I'll be able to talk about here in the next few slides. So we've stayed very consistent in this approach. I think that approach has been helpful and constructive, and it really has led to a team dynamic on the site that is enabling the progress that we're delivering in addition to the taxpayer value we're trying to deliver every day. Next slide is my contractor team lineup. The team is really very consistent with what you've seen in the past. I did put the new bubble up to the right. Washington River Protection Solutions will be replaced as our tank farms contractor by H2C. Carol Johnson and her team will take over from Wes Bryan and his team. The current date is the 23rd of February. We're on track for that transformation to occur. And Carol and her team are ready to go and will be in a position to carry on the great work that WRPS has done for our site and for our team for 16 years. The other site contractors all continue to perform very well across the spectrum of work they're accomplishing on behalf of the team. And frankly, the team dynamic, which I view as the most important part within the One Hanford approach and enterprise approach, has really enabled us to be much more efficient and collaborative and work together in ways that are really enhancing our ability to be successful going forward. So I'm really pleased with the lineup. I'm excited to start working with Carol and her team, and I think we're off to a good start with their transition already. Next slide. You've seen the budget picture before. Really no changes associated with this slide. We are operating under a continuing resolution until the 14th of March, and we continue to operate with all of the activities we had planned for this year within that CR. I can't speculate on what's going to happen on the 14th of March. I don't think anybody can, but we'll continue to execute the mission as the funding supports. And I know that our team has really done a tremendous job this year of continuing to move all of our key mission areas forward. We just point out the badge count just to give you a sense of the number of employees at the site level. 13,000 this January, actually last January now, was our badge count. We typically run the primes to about 10,000, and then subcontractors of the primes 2,000 to 3,000, depending on the work that's going on across the site. But it's the largest single employment enterprise in the Tri-Cities, and we recognize our value and our importance to the economic foundation of the community. Next slide. DFLAW, I'll start kind of walking through that as the first part. As I think most of you know, we met our cold commissioning milestone in early November and completed our cold commissioning management assessment last year as well. Right now, our focus has been in a couple areas. Really, one is continuing to build proficiency of our operations team, one melter, two melter operations, really getting into a steady drumbeat of how our team actually operates the machine at waste treatment plant at the law facility, making sure all of the systems are working together well and the team proficiencies there. We introduced radiological controls to the law facility in January. We don't have any radiological content in the facility at this point. It's more of a cultural and procedural transition because the radiological controls really changed the mindset of how our operators have to function in that environment. Doing it early with hot commissioning planned for later this year was the right long-term step from a cultural transition perspective. You know, I grew up with radiological controls as a submarine guy in the Navy. It takes a while to get into that mindset, and so we knew it would take a while for our team, and so far the progress has been really good. Lots of good learning, and Bechtel and our DOE team that are on the deck plates every day, really doing a good job of reinforcing and teaching to make this a natural transition for the site or for that team as they continue to operate. Our focus from a material perspective, a couple areas. One is the ammonia system repairs. We did bring ammonia into the system in December, really for the pressure testing of the system, and then we had some material issues with gaskets and some of the valves. Since that point, we've effectively rebuilt the entire system, all the gaskets, all the valves, and the last set of valves we were waiting for repair parts we just got this week. They're working through that process. We're on track to add ammonia to that system by the end of the month, and then we'll add nitrates to the plant as a part of the cold commissioning program in March. That creates the nitrous type gases associated with the off-gas system, which is the hazard that we're working through first as a chemical hazard. And then we'll continue on with the rest of the cold commissioning program as we work towards hot commissioning. Beyond law and the waste treatment plant side of the direct feed low activity waste program, effluent treatment facility operations resumed in November timeframe, continuing to work through some issues. We had 40 upgrades in ETF over the last several years to get that system ready for DF law. Team is working through those issues. I think they're on track, and we've seen some very good progress in a number of areas. I worry most in those transitions with operator proficiency and building proficiency fast enough to be ready when DF law operations really commence later this year, and the team is on the right track. And then integrated disposal facility is working towards their readiness process as well, and they'll be ready as well. So I think for direct feed low activity waste, as you all recognize, we've worked multiple projects over multiple different contractors over multiple years, all to the one aim point when we start hot commissioning this year, and everyone's on track. So I think our team has done a very good job of integrating across all of our contractor partners to make that the reality of where we are, and I think it's been very productive. On the high level waste facility, design is progressing very, very well, actually ahead of schedule. And then we continue the limited construction activities really associated with low risk work, shield doors going in, roof structures, and concrete slabs being placed. And that's going well. It's a little more difficult in the winter with some of the outside work and some of the concrete work, but I think our first placement's planned for later this month for concrete. But overall, I toured the facility not long ago, and the progress is going well, and the team is really coming together as well. And I think we've been able to very effectively take a broad range of lessons learned, not only with DF law, but with other capital projects around the complex, and really pressure test our plan for the HLW facility going forward. And Bechtel and our team at the department have really done, I think, a phenomenal job of bringing those types of good ideas, new ideas in. And rarely do you have a chance to take workers who are finishing up on the low activity waste side and take them right over to the high level waste side and bring their experiences right away to play. So I think we're set up for a very successful high level waste project from this point forward in the program. On the tank farm side, the evaporator completed its readiness evaluation by the department within the last 2 weeks. The team with WRPS did well. Working through a few of the items that they had to clean up. We're on track, I think, for the first evaporator campaign since, I can't remember if it's 2022 or 2019, in late March, early April. That'll be important because it creates the opportunity for us to progress the tank retrievals. As you know, we're in A farm. A101 is partially complete. We also started A102. A102, I saw a message this morning that they should be doing the second batch retrieval on A102. They started this morning, so it could be within the next day or two. We'll pause A102 and all retrievals until we create space for the evaporator, but we're poised to do that. Team proficiency's there, and we'll just continue that process as the space is created in the near term with the evaporator, in a not too distant future with the waste treatment plant. Testbed initiative, as you're aware, the actual operations completed last October. Just under 2,000 gallons were extracted, treated, and placed in the transportation containers, to which we'll use later this year when the weather is better. The testing, we went through a pretty exhaustive sample analysis. Those results came back. I think the final results were in late January. All the requirements required for the repositories in Texas and Utah were met. So we're on track to be able to ship that waste when the weather conditions are set. And then we're going to do some outreach with Texas and Utah and the intervening states to really characterize the very benign nature of a very small amount of radioactive liquid in very robust transportation containers being transported in very robust DOT standard vehicles. So it's really a process of education and outreach, just to ensure, really to set the stage, in my view, not for this shipment because we've met all the requirements to ship, but really it's building trust and confidence for 2028 and beyond, when we'll be into the next phase with related to the holistic negotiation outcome, 22 tanks in the West Farms, and also we'll start to ship to waste isolation pilot plant in 2028 as well. So it'll be important in the western states that will have transportation routes associated with the manner in which we'll be shipping, to have knowledge of what we do and trust and confidence in the process that we'll be using. So I'm confident we'll get there. Going on to the risk reduction mission area. You can see on the left-hand picture there, it's sort of a coated concrete structure right outside the waste encapsulation and storage facility, where we're going to move those very large concrete casks around when we start to populate them with the cesium and strontium capsules. The operational acceptance testing of all the equipment that's already been installed in the waste encapsulation storage facility is going very well. I believe the last schedule I saw had the operational acceptance testing completing in later this month, early March timeframe, and then we'll really transition into operational activities, operational readiness activities. We're tracking right now to ship the first cesium capsule from the storage pool into dry storage or through the process we have by the end of the calendar year. We're really trying to accelerate that a little bit. Right now, I think the current schedule is in the October-November timeframe. We have to go through the full readiness process, but again, the concrete pad where the casks will be stored is ready, and it's going to go through a readiness process as well as the waste encapsulation storage facility and team. But the system works very well, and as you know, we have a mock-up down at the maintenance and storage facility where all the processes and procedures were already practiced. So I have high confidence that that system and that team will be ready to start moving those capsules later this year. Environmental restoration disposal facility work is really, I'll say the advanced work is completing now to start the excavation of Supercell 11, which will add additional capacity for the environmental restoration disposal facility, really for the circular side of our cleanup, which will be supporting demolition of the K Basin, 324, and other demo facilities around the sites, mostly smaller in scale. The design is complete. It's really they're never really a carbon copy, but it's very similar to Supercell 10 or the other cells that we have at ERDF. And so I think we'll expect to see groundbreaking sometime this summer. Could be earlier, could be later, depends on the contracting process, and then just progress into the excavation part. The time to establish that cell is generally 30 to 36 months from the start to the finish, but the timing now is well within the time frame that ERDF will be ready when we continue on with the other demolition activities we have planned. 324, the focused feasibility study went to EPA, and we have others that commented as well. Came back to us within the last couple of weeks. CPCCO is working through comment resolution. Really, that process will continue until the feasibility study, and then we'll continue to work with the EPA. I'm sure there'll be a public comment period sometime later this year. But at this point, we see the sequence laying out as we had discussed previously. We'll finish the process and then continue on. As you all recognize, the contamination under the facility, there's no driver for it to move. It remains stable. We continue to have downstream wells to monitor, ensure it's not moving. And our execution plan that includes building deactivation, building demolition, we'll erect a structure and then excavate the soil, I think is a sound and safe plan for our workforce and the community as we progress through that project. And I'm confident we'll just continue to work through the process going forward. And then, as you know, our groundwater program continues to do very, very well. We added some capacity in the 200 West groundwater station this year that will top out at potentially a $500 million gallon, not dollars, 500 million gallon more capacity for the program that's already treating over 2 billion per year. It's really not a gallons target we're focused on. We're shifting really to a mass removal to focus the contractors on optimizing the actual risk reduction from the contaminated groundwater instead of just chasing a little bit of a gallon target. We're in that transition now, and I think the contractors at CPCCO are very, very supportive and invested in that approach. I think we all see the benefits of that, and so we'll continue to work there as well. And I think that's it on that risk reduction area. Infrastructure and base operations. The water plant construction is nearing completion, should be complete next month, and then we'll go into several months, 8 to 9 months really, of preparing to transition the plant into operations. While it's going through that process, our 1943 water plant continues to do its job very, very well. We continue to win awards for the purity of the water it's producing. It just doesn't have the capacity for the future, and it's a little bit too hard to maintain because most of the companies that were operating 1943 really don't exist. So we've had great success, but it's time for the tired plant to take a breather. We have the new power line that we put on to enhance the redundancy of power, really based on reliability to the waste treatment plant and the Central Plateau. We're on track to energize it in March. BPA has done a phenomenal job with our team. And there's also a 100 area feeder line that you can see below that is also really part of that upgrade to help realign and I'll say enhance the reliability of the power systems on the site to ensure that we maintain electrical distribution. We have a lot of utility work going on in the 200 West area, really tied to electricity and the need for the work that'll be going on later this decade in the West Farms. We also have work going on in the East Farms to enhance the electric distribution there to meet the power requirements for the waste treatment plant for the high-level waste facility when they get into the construction phase. And so there's a lot of utility work going on along the site, as well as all the other things we typically work relative to water systems, sewer systems, IT infrastructure, and things like that. Road work, we continue to, as you can see the picture there, we changed the configuration from 2 lanes, 2 directions to 1 lane each direction on 2S and 11A. That was really to bring the road in away from the shoulders where the road was more stable. And so we could maintain the speed limit and provide another road access to the site without having to do a major upgrade in infrastructure, really the cost of the road. I think the bumper sticker for our infrastructure work is we're replacing a 1943 water plant. So everything else around that has to be considered within the risk profile we're managing in our infrastructure to ensure that we can support site operations going forward. And so roads are in the plan for upgrades, but they're a little bit in the future simply as a reality of the limitations on the budget as we progress the mission. We are going to move forward with our new fire station in the 200 East area. Should break ground this year. That's really a recognition of the fire stations we have are relatively old, and we want to place the fire station in a location that's most logical for where the fire might be in the future and reduce the response times there. We continue to work very closely with the city of Richland on the northern Richland, southern part of the site, and those cooperative agreements and mutual aid agreements to make sure that we can continue to meet the response times and the support, not only for the southern part of the site, but also where we see the potential risk being greater in the future and where frankly, the site is moving to the Central Plateau. And then of course, Hammer facility continues to provide a great service to our team and our mission by ensuring the workforce is trained to manage the hazards that they're faced with and the very important work they're doing. We increased the budget to Hammer this cycle over the last 2 years, really to make sure that the infrastructure there supports the work that they're doing. And then the team at Hammer continues to be innovative in the way they look at how they train and equip our folks to go out and do the work they do. So I'm really pleased with Paul and his team there and the great work they're doing, as well as the Hanford Fire Department, Hanford Patrol, all of those activities that maintain the site in a safe and secure condition to be able to progress the work, continue to do great work for us, and we're very pleased with their performance. Next slide, just a little bit, I'll say a quick list, the short list of our continuing outreach relative to the work that we do at the Hanford site. We continue to maintain a very robust external engagement routine, not only through Speakers Bureau, but Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board, obviously the Hanford Advisory Board, and then any number of other local, regional, state, tribal affairs program activities to make sure that our stakeholders in the tribal nations are all aware of the work we're doing and can provide the feedback that's important for us to be able to make the best decisions we can in a very complex cleanup. Lastly, I'll just highlight, I think we're carrying a lot of positive momentum into 2025 as you think about all the things we've accomplished really over the last several years. We forget just a little bit more than a year ago, we still had water in the K Basin. Now it's not, it's routed. The work at WESIF has progressed well. I still remember the days when we were demolishing the plutonium finishing plant, when 618-10 was in play, and really a lot of the other work, K East was not in interim safe storage. It is now. So all those things that, we get past big events like that and we go, what's next? Well, sometimes it's good to remember those big events really weren't that long ago. And that momentum of the site that's based on those events, I think is continuing certainly through 24. As we look at 2025, I think we continue to see really very positive momentum on the cleanup progress as we progress the mission of the site that, as you recognize, will be here for decades. That's the overview. That's all I really had to share today. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to the questions in the Q&A portion of the program.
All right, thank you very much. Moving down the line, we have Eddie Holbrook with Ecology.
All right, we'll wait for the slides to come up here. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so I'll start off with Stephanie's apology for not being here today. She's had some leave that she's taken at this point. So she really appreciates the Hanford Advisory Board and will continue to support the board and then provide updates moving forward here. So for today, you have me. Okay, so moving on. All right, so today we're going to talk a little bit about outreach and education. I'll hand that over to Ryan. We'll talk about the tri-party negotiations, a number of them that have either concluded or are ongoing right now. We'll also cover compliance activities conducted over the last quarter, as well as public involvement activities and the Hanford site-wide permit update.
Thanks, Eddie. I just want to start off, a year or so ago, our staff was a little bit more limited. We had 2 open positions for our outreach and education team, and so we were a little bit limited last year in the work that we were able to do for that. And we had both those positions filled in last year, which is super exciting, and we're getting our outreach and education legs under us again to be able to fully support what we used to. And as you can see, we've listed just a few of the events we've attended. This is just a couple from the last month or so, and then we've got just a couple of the ones that are listed for our spring. And we've got a really busy spring and summer coming up. I think even in the time in the last week or two since we drafted up the slide, we've got a couple more events scheduled between the March 1st and March 19th, but that's just a couple of the events we have. But our outreach and education efforts, we have a variety of in-person and virtual events that we do. Some of our in-person events include, visits to schools and events like job expos, like we've attended, the Nez Perce Tribe STEM Fair. We've just recently attended the Tri-City Sportsman Show, which was a super good experience. We were able to really have some good conversations with members of the public about, Hanford and cleanup and just to really hear some kind of on the ground kind of feedback about what folks think about Hanford. We continue to do our virtual Let's Talk About Hanford event that started back in the early COVID years, and looking to do our next one in the next couple months. And I think just since November 2024, we've reached a little over 450 people with our last couple outreach events, and really look forward to continuing to do a lot more outreach and education. And my pitch, as always, is if you're interested or your organization is interested, or if you know of any events, please reach out to me or contact that email right there at the bottom of the slide. And we're happy to do a presentation, come to a career fair, STEM fair, and it's a really crucial part of the work we do. And thank you.
All right, so recapping and next steps on holistic agreement. So the parties issued a responsiveness summary on December 19th, along with a news release announcing the finalization of the responsiveness summary to the public made on the holistic agreement. The agencies also issued separate response letters to each of the tribal nations that had commented on the holistic agreement. The final TPA changes and consent decree can be found in the Hanford Administrative Record, and there is a link here in the presentation for that. We now turn our attention to the next steps of implementation of the agreement, which will include reviews of Department of Energy's waste incidental reprocessing for the 22 tanks in the west area, and the NEPA supplemental analysis for the 200 west 22 tanks as well. And Ecology intends to review and comment on these documents as appropriate. So some ongoing tri-party negotiations include the M15, M16, M85 milestone negotiations. So DOE, EPA, and Ecology signed an agreement in principle to negotiate these major milestones due dates, along with applicable interim milestones that are associated with those, and those that are held in abeyance right now. The agreement in principle sets terms of the negotiation, in which once we come to an agreement, we'll set new milestones for these major milestones and interim milestones, and likely move forward with a public comment. So So EPA and the Department of Energy haven't agreed on setting a public comment for this, but because of these being major milestones that would classify as a significant action under the tri-party agreement, that would require a public comment period. So we look forward to continuing negotiations here to come to an agreement with both EPA and Department of Energy, and look forward to establishing a future public comment period that will be agreed upon with EPA and Department of Energy. Okay, so some updates on the agreed order associated with B109, T111, and T101. So in 2022, Ecology had signed the agreed order with Department of Energy for B109 and T111. And then we also signed an addendum to that agreed order in 2024 for T101. Some of the action items include developing a leak response plan for future leaking tanks. Department of Energy and Ecology are awfully close to completing our review and update of the draft leak response plan. You know, I think we started off with something around 100 plus comments from Ecology to Department of Energy, and I think we're down to like the last 10 with like 4 major areas as far as where we're trying to get agreement with Department of Energy and finalize the leak response plan and have that document available for us to respond to future leaking tanks. Ecology also signed milestones that establish retrieval dates for B109, T111, and T101. So retrieval dates, if you recall, have not been established for those in the past. And as part of the agreed order and the addendum, Department of Energy was required to utilize their system planning and also review the practicability of going after B109, T111, and T101 early for full retrieval. So Department of Ecology and Energy both reviewed the system plan, including that practicability assessment that was required to be in this particular system plan. And Department of Energy and Ecology had concurred with system plan analysis on retrieval of those tanks, and those dates are set for December 31st, 2040. So there's a few nuances here that I just want to point out regarding some of those milestones. It does require Department of Energy to continue to evaluate through system plan as new information becomes available about direct feed low activity waste treatment starting up, West area risk mitigation activities starting up, to move forward retrieval of B109, T111, and T101. So we'll continue to work with Department of Energy as new system plans become available. We'll provide scenarios for those system plans to identify if there's efficiencies that can be made in the retrieval process, especially for B109, T111, and T101. One other milestone that was agreed upon during those discussions on these 3 tanks was that Department of Energy would go after some of their other assumed leaking tanks on the Hanford site. So if you look at some of the monthly reports that Department of Energy puts out, in those reports, it categorizes, I believe, about 57 of the single shell tank systems as either assumed leakers or active leakers. As part of those negotiations, we had Department of Energy worked with us and agreed to go after 3 assumed leaking tanks within S, SX, and U tank systems as part of the 22 tanks that they have to retrieve already as part of the holistic agreement. All right, so moving on to compliance inspections here. So through the month of November and January of 2025, compliance reports were issued for the T-plant complex, the double shell tank system, waste encapsulation storage facility, tank side cesium, and the removal, the low activity waste pretreatment system known as TSCR as well. So some things I'll point out here. So the Hanford site is identified as a large quantity generator. It has over 400 satellite accumulation areas for dangerous waste, 70 central accumulation areas for dangerous waste, and also 30 treatment, storage, and disposal facilities that are inspected on an annual basis. As part of our performance partnership agreement with EPA, we're required to inspect 20% of the central accumulation areas each year on the Hanford site. Next slide. So some of the compliance activities that occurred were 6 inspections during this time frame, not associated with the ones that were issued, the compliance reports. Some of the things that we look at as part of our inspections include the waste analysis plan, process information, groundwater monitoring if it's applicable for that particular facility, security, preparedness and prevention, personnel training, closure plans if it's applicable for a particular facility that's going through closure, for example. We look through Department of Energy's operating records, and we'll inspect those generator requirements at 20% that I talked about. All right, so upcoming public involvement opportunities. So January 13th through today, the tri-party agreement public involvement survey is out there. January 13th through March 14th, the class 2 modification for the waste treatment plant for the export facility to be identified as a storage area within the waste treatment plant. We also have the draft renewal for Perma-Fix Northwest dangerous waste permit out for public comment right now. That will end on March 14th. And then we also have the draft supplemental EIS impact statement for Perma-Fix Northwest out there for public comment as of February 6th, and that will go through March 24th. Although not related to the Hanford Advisory Board in particular, we wanted to identify the Perma-Fix Northwest permit renewal and the SEIS public comment period because Perma-Fix Northwest does accept waste from the Hanford site, so there's some connection there. All right, so moving on to the Hanford site-wide permit renewal status. We continue to work on completing a number of remaining action items for the Hanford site-wide permit. As you can see here, I believe our unit group number has stayed the same, but that does not mean we have not made progress on the site-wide permit. One thing that I'll note is out of the 52 operating closure and post-closure and corrective action unit groups, we make progress on addenda that are associated with each one of those unit groups. So like preparedness and prevention addenda or closure plan addenda or one of those other addenda that were associated with that last slide that I showed on inspections. So before we can count that bean in a sense, we try to close out all the addenda and get that through permit production with Department of Energy and through our last ecology action items that we have for each one of these unit groups. So we continue to make progress in closing out addenda. And as we get through each of the addenda for each one of the unit groups, we'll be able to count those beans and prepare those for public comment. As it notes here, 33 of the unit groups are complete. So that means we're out of workshops. We're done with our ecology action items that were required for permit production, and they're just sitting there waiting for public comment right now. So it's a high focus of my duties within Department of Ecology to work through the remaining action items. which includes getting 2 of the unit groups out of workshops, which are the only 2 unit groups that remain in workshops on some of the addenda, and then working on those ecology action items to get us over the finish line on this thing. So really looking forward to 2025 and getting this thing out for public comment here. And I think there's going to be more to come from our comms team about Rev 9 as we kind of prepare for that public comment period. All right, thank you.
And before we move to questions, we'll hear from EPA. We have Mr. Dave Enan with us.
Good morning, and I want to thank you all for your time and your engagement in being involved. I want to take a moment to amplify Brian's comment that there's been significant Hanford cleanup, both, obviously through the 35 years of the Tri-Party Agreement, almost 36, and last year too. It's significant cleanup, and we should celebrate that. We don't want to lose sight of that and just focus on that remaining work, which also, as Brian said, will be ongoing well into the future. And speaking of that significant future cleanup mission, as Eddie mentioned, that is our focus on the M15, 16, 85 negotiations. The one EPA specific update that I wanted to share is that our new regional administrator is expected to start on February 24. Her name is Emma Pocon. That's Pokon. She is currently the commissioner of the Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation. So that would be Ecology's counterpart in Alaska. And we look forward to her being here and in the region and being engaged. Obviously, we don't know what her priorities are going to be, so we'll just have to see. And again, I'd keep it brief so we get to hear from you. But again, thank you for your time, your involvement, and your engagement. It's really important and valuable. Thank you.
All right. With that, I think we're ready to move to questions. We're gonna do, one representative per seat at the start. We'll move to alternate questions afterwards. We have a queue that leads with Tom Stilia, Simone Anter, Rob Davis, and Pam. If you're in the room, you can set up your tent like Larry did. If you're online, you can enter a comment in the chat or raise your hand in Teams. Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you for the presentations, really informative. Couple questions on the DF law ammonia system. Did you get any lessons learned on sort of the design life or service life of those gaskets? And then what happens if it has to be redone while we're in hot glass making?
Well, we learned a lot of lessons. Part of it was the gasket material they used. It went from a graphite to a different material for the gaskets, and then the valve rebuild. They also took the system all the way into the plant to look at all the other gaskets and valves all the way to the point of entry into the first process cells where they're going to send the ammonia in to make sure that, and they rebuilt those systems as well. More broadly, this one bothered me a little bit because, as we worked really hard to get ahead of activities and really de-risk activities across the site. I'm not sure why the ammonia system wasn't recognized as a potential risk. It had been a nitrogen purge and been through PM systems, all those things that we thought were robust enough to make sure it was ready when it was time. And then the initial pressure test, it did finally pass through the process. And then we had a small leak on the 20th of December where we called a take cover. And it was literally just the gas in the system that was used to do the pressure test, not a full system. So we really didn't get to that point. But those are the types of lessons that for me, I thought we'd learned many times over. This was a miss for our team and for our Bechtel partners as well. And so we're really evaluating, we've looked beyond this, obviously, to make sure that we're not going to be surprised. Well, reduce the risk that we'll be surprised as we go forward through the commissioning process, because we are commissioning a 20-year-old plant that's been in construction for a long time. But I think we that's a lesson we relearned, I think. And I think that we rescoped and respec the system, got new valves, new valve stems. The valve stems we just got in for Frontier valves take the coating off. So that was coating was part of the issue that we were concerned with. So I think there's a lot of lessons that we'll continue to plow in to make sure that we're not reduce the likelihood of being surprised in the future. Thank you.
Thanks. And then related to the holistics, there was an expert panel for tank waste retrieval technologies that was supposed to be starting end of March. Is that still on track?
I haven't heard it's not on track, so I assume at this point it is.
All right. Next up, we have Simone Anter.
Hello, thank you for the presentations. I wanted to go back to WESIF, and I think this is a question for Department of Energy. But are any steps being taken to proceed with Secretary Wright's new idea to divert strontium-90 capsules to reuse, or any analysis of how this would impact the mission and pace of work at WESIF?
Simone, would you like to repeat that?
Yes, should I put it in chat? Am I hard to hear?
Yeah, that may help. Okay, I'll read what I see. Are any steps being taken to proceed with Secretary Wright's new idea to divert strontium-90 capsules to reuse, or any analysis of how this would impact the mission and pace of work at WESIF?
Well, our current plan now is to execute the plan we have. That's going to remove the cesium. We'll start with cesium capsules first, work through cesium, and then progress into strontium later in the sequence. For me, the principal objective is to get pretty energetic cesium and strontium capsules from wet storage to dry. If there's opportunities with the capsules after they're out in dry storage, I could, I'm more than happy to show people where to drive up and bring their truck and take those capsules away. The reality of it is we're going to be, there's maybe a number of uses for those, and we have had some interest in some of those capsules. And if those vendors have a way to engage in the process in a way that doesn't change our schedule, I'm okay with that. But right now we're going to execute the program of record and get those capsules from wet to dry. And then what happens after that will be maybe up for additional conversation.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next up, we have Rob Davis.
Good morning. Thanks for the presentations. Brian, we're real interested in the TBI, and you mentioned that in this last week that we finally got the analysis completed. Can you describe what waste classification that liquid is now? The NRC waste classification, A, B, C.
It's really, really benign. The radiological content is almost non-existent. I'm sure someone could give you that definition. I can't.
Okay.
But if you push the question through Jen, we'll get it answered. It's really very benign material, and almost no risk.
Right. And we've been hearing this a lot,
Yeah.
that it's going to be very low risk. I just wondering that can we get the understanding of their level of classification in order for the facilities out of the state to be able to accept them?
Well, they definitely can accept. I mean, it's well within their waste acceptance criteria. We can get you the more information that you need, because
that would be great.
Yeah, that's fine.
The second thing I wanted to mention is this last year we had a tour of the facilities. It was the best tour that we ever took. And I congratulate DOE on that. We got to see things that we had not seen in the past, especially with ERDF and the grout facility out there and some other things. It was a very impressive tour, and kudos. The third question I had here was directed to Edward. Can you describe the 22 tanks and the WIR process? We're using WIR as an acronym, but we should all know this is waste incidental to reprocessing. And so Could you talk to us a little bit about the 22 tanks and how the weir process would be used on the supernate on those?
Well, I'm sure we could bring someone back to a subcommittee meeting or a committee meeting to go into detail on it.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
we'd be
good.
happy to do that.
That's good. Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Right. Next up, we have Pam.
Thank you. And I concur with the other people that your presentations were very encouraging and very positive. In preparation for this meeting and my National Liaison report, I was pleased to find that in response to a question from Senator Cantwell during the Secretary of Energy's confirmation hearing, she asked him a question about Hanford. And at the end of the quote, he said, "Hanford gave a lot to this country and we left a lot behind. We left a mess behind that needs to be cleaned up." So it's a good start that he recognizes that we need to be a priority. So in looking at the process with the holistic agreement, I believe it indicates that in the spring, the information will be submitted to the federal court. I'm wondering if there's been any interaction with the court as you've proceeded with working through the agreement.
Well, I'm not sure what new information would go to the court. We already have submitted the intended changes, the jointly developed changes to the consent decree, and that was accepted by the court. We submitted on the 7th of January, and the 8th of January, the court approved.
Wow.
So I don't know that there's any new submissions. We have all our routine reporting that we do with ecology all the time anyway. I don't know that there's any new submissions to the court.
Okay. Thanks. It was in part of your timeline, so that was my way to raise the question. So we've asked questions over the years if there's any vessels or equipment in the pretreatment facility that can be reused in HLW or any place else in the complex. Has there been any activity along those lines?
No, we won't make a final decision on the pretreatment facility for a couple years. So until then, we'll maintain the facility. It's really asset preservation between now and then. And asset is not just the physical asset, it's also the engineering, design, material, things like that. That decision will occur later in the decade once we make decisions on the future stages of the HLW mission, the high level waste mission.
Okay. Yesterday, I made my annual report to the Benton County Commissioners of what the HAB has been doing throughout the past year. And I mentioned to them that when I retired 5 years ago, I had been the liaison between the Benton County Emergency Operations Center, the federal EOC, and Energy Northwest, and that they've not put anyone in that position. And I've heard from ecology and others, state of Oregon, that link is missing. And I asked them to please look into it. So on the federal side, be aware that we're going to try and reestablish the link between the local EOC and the federal EOC. And there's not a lot of risk left that would flow into the community. But the recent scenario indicated there's a reason to have communication, particularly if a road needs to be closed or if something needs to happen with the river. That's the county's responsibility. And so if you guys could check or just let your EOC people know that the county may be asking to have a seat at the table again. Thank you very much.
And we currently have a queue of 6 that consists of Larry, Chris, Jim, Mia, Richard, and Ed. Larry, you're up.
I have a question regarding ecology's handout on the agreed orders updates. The last bullet item indicated a milestone had been signed, and I'm wondering if that's got a designation, and then probably ask Energy if that's been posted for internet access.
Yeah, so I don't have the designation off the top of my head right now, but we can provide that to you. And yes, it has been posted because it was signed in January, correct? It's on the Hanford administrative record. It should also be in the Appendix D of the tri-party agreement where the milestones are. So we'll get you that information.
So is it, is in final form in Amendment D? That,
Say that again.
so it's in final form in Amendment D?
Yes, it's in the Appendix D. Yes, correct, of the tri-party agreement.
All right. Next up, we have Chris.
This is a question for you, Brian, and also Dave. So for EPA and DOE, do you foresee any major impact to your staffs, contractor staffs of the federal buyout that there's been all kinds of uproar news about, and also the subsequent hiring freeze? And does that hiring freeze, does that extend down to subcontractors too?
I really can't speculate. I mean, those things, I just can't. I have no idea, to be honest. I wish I did, but I don't.
Well, it obviously, Chris, we're going to, as every administration, there's change. Our job is the same at Hanford. We'll continue to work with our DOE team here and our contractor partners to progress the mission, starting with the site remaining safe and secure, and then working through the priorities that we have set for the site as we move forward. We'll continue to, at this point, I can't speculate on what the numbers will look like over time because the program is still open and there's still people that are considering and opting in and opting out at this in parallel. But we are gonna, as we always do, watch our staff, make sure that we understand what our contractors are progressing and find ways for us to support the contractors in executing the mission that we have in front of us. So it's a dynamic situation, as you say, and that's correct. But I don't, at this point, it's too early to speculate whether there'll be implications. And for the subs to our primes, I would not speculate on that, but I think our mission remains the same. And so I assume that we'll continue to get the support we need from a financial perspective to move the mission forward.
So you don't, I guess what you're saying is you don't see any significant loss of employees or subcontractor employees, at least as of today.
At this moment in time, I'm saying I can't answer the question because I don't have the information to know.
Okay. And next up, we have Jim.
Yeah, more of a comment or suggestion, David or Jennifer et al. I thought it was invaluable when Administrator Sixkiller came on board and he came down and addressed the board and brought his entire team and gave us, his view of the mission. And then we were able to spend some time with his team. And so I think that'd be fantastic to get Administrator Pogon down here. Thank you.
And Mia.
Yeah, I have two questions. My first question is the Hanford Tank Vapors website is currently under WRPS. I'm curious if that's going to transition to H2C. Because some of the data still is per the settlement agreement needs to be kept updated. So will H2C take over that website or how is that going to work?
Everything WRPS does today, H2C will do after the 23rd of February, including the website.
Okay, but the link stays the same and all
Yep.
that. Okay. And my second question is about the weir for the 200 tanks, 200 West tanks. During the committee meetings in January, we were told tentatively that the comment period would be starting today. I don't think that's the case. So I'm curious if there's a better idea of what the time is for that comment period.
Soon. That's all I could say at this point.
Next up, we have Richard.
Well, my question has partially been answered. I understand some of the staffing aspects of certain, like doctors and nurses for Department of Health agencies have, or veterans agencies were restricted. Is there any look at providing guidance up as to specific disciplines that would be excluded from the reduction in taking the aspects? I mean, personally, I've gone through, I guess, in my career with as work for a DOE contractor, 25 reductions in forces, and I was never able to volunteer. Uh, although I tried real hard, I never got a severance. So I was just wondering if that's been asked by the administration.
There's always a process that we go through that related to those activities and those reductions that we are asked what job categories people are in and what roles they play. And certainly the public safety aspect of what we do is important, and we continue to reinforce that.
Okay. And well, just one other follow-up on the strontium capsules. So the entire intent was to segregate those from the cesium when they get processed or put into dry storage.
Say that again.
Would the cesium capsules be segregated from the, I mean, would the strontium capsules be segregated from cesium capsules when they're put in dry storage?
At this stage, we think in general, yes, there may be some mixed in the later stages between cesium and strontium when we do this transition, but mostly it will be cesium and strontium in their own capsule, in their own casks.
That's why I was getting it. Thank you.
And last one in queue, we have Ed.
Just a quick comment to the person who was inquiring about the reuse of the strontium-90 capsules. This process was looked at about 18 years ago. I was involved in that. The fundamental problem is just the resell and relicensing of the capsules to a commercial entity. Would that absolve the Department of Energy from the overall risk if there was an issue? That debate went on between the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the Department of Energy, legal staffs. Bottom line, it was a draw, so the decision was made not to take that risk. Of course, this was about 20 years ago, so it's a new day, but it was certainly a viable question. There were several contractors who were wanting to purchase those and assume the risk for the ownership of those, but DOE decided that kind of approach still would not fully absolve the Department of Energy from the capsules themselves. So probably we would have the same issues today to try and transfer them. Thank you.
See, we have a new question from Rob. Do you have another question, Richard? Okay. Let's see. Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you. More on the waste encapsulation. So our big picture is to take them out of the pool, put them into dry storage, put them on a pad. The questions that come in my mind are, have we done calorimetry on these capsules? Do we know what that heat is? Which follows on to the point is, we plan on destroying the actual waste encapsulation facility, tear it down, and as they get on the pan, that's the final. What happens if we have a problem? Have we considered that we could have decay heat issues? I know people have done the design, but boy, we ran through this whole problem with the dry storage of away from reactor fuel storage or spent fuel storage in the commercial industry. And a lot of questions just could not be answered. And so ultimately the question is, have we considered that we may have to retrieve those capsules at some point after the fact? And what facility would we be using? Because we would no longer have the hot cells there at the WESF to be able to manipulate, tool them, put them in another can or any of that sort. Question.
Well, I'll say I know that those factors were considered as a part of the planning for our intended approach. I think we're very confident based on the history of these casks with spent fuel from commercial plants and other locations that they have been very successful in managing the heat load associated with decay and those applications. And we think, of course, there's a design margin in everything we do. We think it would be safe for cesium and strontium capsules as well. Cesium more energetic than strontium. Beyond that, I don't know that we've really even could. I mean, I'm assuming at some point there was some probabilistic assessment done whether that could be a potential risk or not. But my sense is, and I don't have the details with me, that was assessed and validated not to be a risk. And then, as you know, there's a long history of those type of casts being used across the commercial industry and being very, very successfully used. So, you know, there's nothing done at Hanford or anywhere without some risk. The trick is to make sure that you evaluate the possible realistic scenarios and then the probabilities of each and make sure you understand the consequences and do the very best you can in design to mitigate or eliminate all that you can foresee. I'm confident that we've done that. If there's more details that we could share, we could look at having one of our experts sit down and walk through it. If it's a subcommittee issue or question, we'd be happy to share that.
Okay, next up, we'll hear from Amber. Sorry if I missed you earlier.
No worries. I don't think I had my card up, so I was waiting. I just wanted to follow up on, thank you for the presentations and all the information. The agreed order update on the tanks between Ecology and Department of Energy, the leaking tanks. So obviously, it's been a key issue that Heart of America Northwest has been following, making sure any leaks are reported as soon as possible per the agreed orders and milestones and the site permit. So the milestone that Ecology and Energy has signed, what is the timeline requiring Energy to identify and retrieve the 3 assumed leaking tanks?
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit here. So the timeline is identified in System Plan 10, which is out on the Hanford Administrative Record. So if you look at the milestone numbers, and I have them here for Larry as well, I'll bring them up. So you see milestone M45-140, M45-141, M45-142, and M45-143. So Department of Energy was required to do an analysis of going after T farm and B farm in particular. That analysis had identified that starting retrieval of those tank farms was beyond the major milestone date of December 31st, 2040. In particular, I believe, and I'm probably going to get this wrong, but B farm and T farm were analyzed to be retrieved in 2050. So that would include those tanks that are inside B farm and T farm. Because we have the major milestone date associated with this, Ecology and Energy agreed to identify the date as December 31st, 2040. So that's what the dates are right now, based off of the system plan and the analysis Department of Energy did, and the concurrence from Ecology that was the earliest practicable time for retrieval of starting B farm and T farm. And we will continue to reevaluate that as direct feed low activity waste comes online and creates space in the double shell tank system. The West area risk mitigation project comes online, and space may become available in the West area with the one double shell tank system that's over there. So until we find space available to retrieve tanks out of B&T farm, the construction of the waste receiving facilities for B&T farm, the early retrieval is not practicable with the information we have today. And that's full retrieval of those tanks. One thing I will note is that we continue to work through interim actions in the agreed order and the addendum to identify ways to mitigate intrusion into the tank systems, as well as looking at interim retrieval actions to try to remove liquid from those tank systems. So we continue in discussions with Department of Energy about those.
So just as a follow-up, so that with those alternative approaches, what's the timeline or guarantee that any of that might happen?
So again, I think we need to look at the practicability of those interim or those alternative actions.
And
that
that's
you
what
had
I'm talking
mentioned.
about,
Yeah.
alternative.
Yeah, so I
approaches.
think one of those action items is coming out of the holistic agreement that we just talked about. The expert panel that's going to look at some retrieval technologies associated with that. And I don't have the other actions off the top of my head that are identified in the addendum and the agreed order, but we continue to have those discussions with Department of Energy to finalize all actions within both those documents, the addendum and the agreed order.
We got another question from Mia.
Eddie, you talked about the M15, M16, and M85 milestone negotiations and the agreement in principle that you signed in December. And I was under the impression that there have been ongoing negotiations on these milestones for quite a while.
Yep.
So what is this agreement in principle? Like, what does that change? Because it sounds like it's just to continue negotiating the milestones.
Yeah, so I don't have the agreement in principle in front of me, so I can't necessarily speak to it. But I think it sets some framework for us to try to finalize these negotiations this year. Yeah.
So I could a little bit more on that. As we've been looking at some of the nearer term milestones and those, that's what we've been looking at in the last couple of years. We began to realize that, like, for example, M15, which is the major milestone that governs RAFS work, right? That date is June of 2026. There's no way to make that. And we were looking at having to set interim milestones that would have to go beyond that. And that, of course, we can't do that. And so the agreement in principle was for those major milestones, 15, 16, and 85, so that we set that formal negotiation stage for those and set new dates as needed and figure that out so that we can set milestones for the rest of the program.
Right. Are there any other questions from the primary representatives in the room or online? All right. With that, I'd like to take the opportunity to do a time check. We have public comment scheduled for 10:45. We currently have one participant signed up. And in the remaining 20 minutes, I'd like to open this up for comments and questions from our alternate representatives. If you're in the gallery and like to pose a question, you may have to flag me down. If you're online, you can raise your hand. All right, I'm not seeing anything. With that, I would like to open this up for public comment. We had no signups in the room. Is there anybody who would like to provide one that did not sign up? All right. With that, I think we're ready to hear our public comment from Dan Saras.
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great, thank you. There's a little bit of an echo back from your PA, just so you know, for folks participating. I just want to say thank you to everyone on the Hanford Advisory Board for spending so much time and effort to be there and to dig through these really complicated issues. I was on the Hanford Advisory Board more than a decade ago was when I started, and I learned a lot about Hanford through the kind of conversation that you just engaged in. So as someone who just kind of gets to drop in and listen in, I just really appreciate the candor of your questions as board members, but also the time it takes to have the context to ask those good questions. So much appreciation for all the work you're doing. On the Department of Energy presentation, I just would caution that when you describe testbed initiative waste as very benign, I think that's in the eye of the beholder in the sense of water. So if a container tips over and falls in water, what happens? And I understand you're very confident in the containers you're using, but what we will be looking for going forward will definitely be a very high level of assessment of the chemistry, the toxics, the toxic pollution and the radioactive pollution that's proposed to be moved over large landscapes, over watersheds, over drinking water sources like Spokane's aquifer. To understand that that's one of the points of concern for communities is it's not about necessarily just what how much radioactivity there might be in the immediate vicinity of this thing. It's what happens if this stuff gets released into a place like, for instance, like the lower Deschutes River, where waste could move over time. They're difficult questions to answer if there's a feeling that, you know, the concerns will be glossed over by using the testbed initiative example as a proxy for this whole 22 tanks or many millions of gallons. And so from my perspective, listening in, I just, you know, when I hear from people, say in Central Oregon, that they're concerned about radioactive waste coming through, I would not describe what's coming through as very benign to them, because a spill or an accident from a truck or a train car in one of these communities could have a very difficult impact on people who are already strained for local resources. So I just appreciate also that people here are working on these problems at a much higher level than I understand. So I'm just commenting as the information provided about how energy is going to implement the holistic negotiation is coming pretty quickly. It's fast and furious, and the people who are in the path of this potential material over the long haul deserve a voice in it. And the last thing I want to say is just I really appreciate the discussion around WESIF and the knowledge that was shared about how strontium capsule changes to that could or have been vetted in the past. I didn't know that history myself in much depth, and so I knew that it had been mentioned by Secretary Wright during the confirmation, and appreciate the question from Simone and also the answer and discussion from the whole group. Lastly, I just want to say that when it comes to the supplemental EIS and all the documents that this group is being asked to comment on, it's a lot. And I'm impressed by everyone trying to tackle it, but I would register as a public comment that the agencies may want to extend the public comment when it comes to the SEIS for permafix, because there are a lot of issues that seem to overlap with other challenges in that corner of Hanford right now, and to get a really comprehensive picture of how cleanup and permafix and all of the development that's proposed in that area overlap and impact air and water and the environment. And most of all, the people who live there and work there and have a right to use these places. And I learned a lot from the folks who helped to kind of envision massive and the idea of really being careful and like practicing everything before you do it. And I know that idea came as a result of collaboration between the federal government and tribes. And I learned about that when I was just new to the Hanford Advisory Board. And I'm impressed by the willingness to like to take a step back and to realize when something is out of step with what you've practiced, like at 324. That challenge is really front and center for Hanford cleanup, at least from our perspective. And I would encourage folks to read EPA's comments, which were really good and offered, I think, a really like important context for how the HAB will provide feedback on these priorities in the coming year. So thank you. That was kind of long-winded. It's been a really informational morning.
All right. Thank you for your comment. Is there anybody else that would like to provide public comment at this time? Okay. One thing I may not have explained at the beginning, public comment is just that it is a comment. We generally don't take questions on it or respond to them. So our next step, or at least my proposal for a next step, seeing is that we're 15 minutes ahead of the agenda, is that we take a break until 10:45 and double check on public comment, being that that was the published time. And if there is no additional public comment at that time, we can move ahead to our next agenda item, which is the draft advice on fiscal year 27 cleanup priorities. That sound good, Madam Chair? Nice. All right, I heard a yes. Everyone, we are on break. Thank you. Thank you all for spending your time with us this morning. All right. So as a reminder, our public comment was initially scheduled for 10:45 and published that way. So I want to double check. Is there anybody in the room that would like to provide public comment? You can raise your hand and let me know. And if there's anybody online that would like to make public comment, you can raise your hand in Teams or enter a comment into chat. I think we're in the clear. And with that, we are ready to move on to the draft advice on fiscal year 27 cleanup priorities. This will be led by Chris Sutton.
I'm going to give a brief overview of the advice, then turn it over to Susan for several comments, and then we'll go through the advice in detail. Hopefully everybody has had a chance to read it, either before this meeting or on the handout. This is draft number 8, so there's been a lot of input to it, and that's what we're going to talk to. The organization of the plan in general follows the draft advice last year for 2026. In fact, the organization is virtually identical to last year's advice. Elements of the advice also follow DOE's 5-year plan. In particular, Brian said there's 3 products that they have. There's the waste treatment, the DF law, that one. There's risk reduction, and there's infrastructure. And we address those in the table with our advice topics following those. We have some other topics too, or products, and I'll talk about those later. We felt that this year it was particularly important, our advice, for several reasons. One is that as a site goes into an operations mode where things are the same day in and day out, they might not appear in DOE's 5-year plan anymore. Yet those operations will take up a large part of funding at the site. So for example, you don't see anything in DOE's 5-year plan for 2027 about groundwater treatment. Yet groundwater treatment to remove contamination is a major project in this site and will be for the next 40 or 50 years. As we go into operations with DF law and it becomes the same thing day in and day out, that might not appear in DOE's 5-year plan. Yet we certainly don't want to see funding decrease for that. So there's a little different from previous advices is we put some things in this year to ensure that DOE and the tri-party agencies know that we expect these critical operations. They are important to our constituents. They are important to the HAB, and we don't want to see funding decrease from them. And with regard to that, with the new administration coming in, with the fact that Brian Vance and Brian Stickney have told us that there's going to be some reprioritization of funding away from risk reduction and into DF law, we want to make sure that things that are important to us, that we articulate those to the tri-party agencies. And things that are important to our constituents, we want to make sure that even though that DOE and tri-party agencies may not agree with them as a priority, it's important that they know that they are a priority with our constituents and to the board. And also to members of the legislative groups, Congress, senators, we want them to know what's important to our constituents. If there's a work project or an operations project, let's say that's due to begin in 2040, mid-30s somewhere, we haven't addressed that in this advice. That's too far down the road. This is 2027. If something is scheduled to be completed this year in 2026, even though schedule may slip, which we don't know, we haven't addressed that in this advice. So we have tried specifically to address things that we would like to see take place in 2027, not in 2026 or 2025 or 2029 or 2030, but 2027. That follows the government's budget process. And we have tried to make sure with this advice that we are following the budget process. That's why it's critical that this advice get approved today, because DOE needs to get this advice as soon as possible so that they can consider it, tri-party agencies consider it, and have it move upward to DOE headquarters as soon as possible. This advice, as I said, there's 8 drafts. We have a large IM team this year, larger than IM teams in the past, and we've gotten a lot of input from the IM team and a lot of wordsmithing. A different draft, not draft 8, but draft 5 or 6 or something like that, has been given to the committees at the last committee meeting. We've got input from CARM, from TWIST, from LIDS. What's the other one? Right. For all the committees, we've gotten, if they've had thoughts or comments, we've tried to incorporate those. We have incorporated them. And lastly, since the Executive Steering Committee is the one that's sponsoring the IM team, we have presented it to the Executive Steering Committee. It was consensually approved by Executive Steering Committee, but there was a large amount of wordsmithing and comments to that. So the advice that's before you today has been commented on, added to extensively. And we think it represents pretty well the feelings of the board and have members on the board because of all the input we've received. So I think Susan would like to make a couple comments, and then we'll go through the draft advice.
Pretty simple. Like I said earlier, and as Chris said, goal is to have a document today that we can live with. Doesn't have to be perfect, because perfect is not our goal, but can we live with it? And so let's hit the high spots that may be a concern that we missed, but restrain your overwhelming need to wordsmith. We all love it, I know. But I think we've got a pretty good product. It's gone through quite a few iterations. And so I think that this hopefully will capture everyone's concerns, interests, issues for the coming budget year. One of the reasons that this is for this meeting, why we kind of rushed to do it for this meeting, is that each spring, the field office managers, site managers meet back in DC to start the budget process for the sites. And that will probably occur before our next full board meeting. So it's really important that we get this done this meeting. So Chris is going to walk us through the product. Feel free to jump in and let's get her done.
Thanks, Susan. What I'm going to do is we'll start with the table, the entries in the table, which represent what we feel are the important advice, projects, work to be done in 2027. And then we'll circle back and take a look at the text. But before we do that, I want to point out one error, and I want to thank Ryan Miller for pointing this out to me. And that is on page 1, the second bullet item, where it says complete design and initiate construction of the cross-site slurry transfer line. That should be supernatant transfer line, not slurry. And that was just an error that slipped in there, and we failed to catch it. So thank you, Ryan. Okay, now going to the table, which starts on page 2. These represent what we believe and our constituents believe are the critical cleanup priorities. Starting with the tank waste treatment mission, which is one of the 3 that Brian Vance mentioned. First is DF law. Now in 2027, we presumably are well into hot operations that we're routinely treating the tank waste and vitrifying it. We want to make sure that maintain the 24/7 tank waste vitrification operations with a goal of safely optimizing throughput. And this is something that may appear in future advices too, because tank waste operations are going to go on for 30 some odd years, 40 some odd years. The second is supernatant cross-site transfer line. Complete design and initiate construction or repairs or updates to the cross-site supernatant transfer line to comply with a milestone that's M04203 by 2030. If it's going to go into operations in 2030, it needs to start in 2027, which incidentally is also in DOE's last 5-year plan. Any comments or additions to this particular tank waste treatment mission? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I was sort of, I guess you call it the author of that, being as I used that cross-site transfer line. But the thing is, we just want to, I appreciate your prelude, save me some breath, Chris. But yeah, I believe we need to avoid delays by getting on that. I believe the last time it was used was 2005. If memory serves me correct, there was some valving issues at the lift station. So that's kind of struck me as something that we should prioritize. That's pretty much all I have to say for that. The first statement doesn't really jive with the second statement, because I just want to ensure the integrity of that line, basically. And it may or may not be usable at this point. I guess testing and new valves will satisfy that.
Right. I just want to point out that in DOE's 5-year plan, in their critical activities for tank waste treatment mission, their bullet item is complete design for the cross-site supernatant transfer line. So that's a high priority item for DOE, but we want them not only to complete it, but we want to try and initiate whatever the design calls for, whether it be construction or simple repairs or updates. We want them to initiate that too. So it's a logical follow-on to what DOE has already as a critical priority in their 5-year plan. Going on into risk reduction, the 324 building. Assuming the record of decision amendment is completed, implement the 296 soil remediation and continue to monitor down gradient groundwater for cesium and strontium. 324 obviously is a critical item. There's a lot of attention focused on it in the public, to us. We've heard a number of briefings on it. We've been given a number of briefings by DOE. And even though it's not mentioned in the 5-year plan, this is in our minds, to our constituents, a kind of a critical priority to continue on with it. The second one is groundwater protection. No one is going to say that groundwater protection, groundwater remediation isn't critical. And so we've put it in there. We want them to continue. We want them to continue remediation efforts in the river corridor and Central Plateau through source remediation, enhancing the efficiency and throughput of the extraction well networks and pump and treat facilities in accordance with MO24 series of milestones. And I expect this is one that will also occur in future advices in some way, shape, or form, because it's going to take 40 years or more to clean up groundwater from our pump and treat facilities. Next one is 100K and 100N records of decision. We want to finalize the records of decision for 100K and N while continuing cleanup activities in those areas. And in some respects, that's just a kind of a subset of groundwater protection. We want to make sure that groundwater is protected in those areas in accordance with the records of decision and continuing the efforts that that are already being made in those areas. And the last one is waste site characterization. This has appeared actually in the last 2 advices, is that it's important to us to try and continue the RIFS characterization or cleanup of waste sites in the Central Plateau, and we give some examples. To accelerate the submittal of the remediation RFS documents. Now, this is going to be a topic of the M15 milestones, which we've already heard, but I think it's important to us, irrespective of whether tri-party agencies agree, to get underway with this. We don't necessarily want to see it drug out 10 years before these things are started in the 2030s somewhere. So we put it in there so that the tri-party agencies are well aware that this is very important to us. So those are what we have for risk reduction. And I will say that there's really nothing in DOE's 5-year plan under risk reduction that is represented by these 5 items that we have. But they are important to us, and that's why we put them in. Any comments on the risk reduction part of this? Going forward to waste management, the waste encapsulation and storage facility. We'd like to see the completion of transfer of cesium and strontium capsules to dry storage. This would represent a little bit of an acceleration from what DOE has planned. We'd like to see that acceleration occur. And the last one is true mixed waste. We'd like to accelerate or continue the certification of true mixed waste to enable full-scale shipment to the waste isolation plant in FY28. When we start shipment, we want to have a lot of product that we can ship as soon as we can. Any comments on that? In the site infrastructure, we put in initiate widening of Route 4S from 2 lanes to 4 lanes as recommended in Advice 319, which is we listed as reference 3. Now, Advice 319 had this in there, and the response from DOE didn't really address concurrence with this advice, but it is important to our employees who have to go from the Y barricade out to the 200 East area. It will be important with increased truck traffic. If we are shipping waste or offsite for grouting or for any other reason, there's going to be a lot of traffic more than now on that 2-lane road. So that's why we put it in again, so that DOE is aware of the importance to us and our employees. And the last one is on this is a sanitary water system. To initiate the cross tie of sanitary water system between 200 East and 200 West areas. Any comments? And the last one is public engagement. Response to comments. Want to encourage the tri-party agencies to respond to and publish any comment received during a public comment or feedback period. Some things our comments are published and occur in a subsequent document. In other cases, they are not. We'd like to see more of them published. And then public engagement. To regularly schedule opportunities for the TPA agencies to provide education and meaningful engage and dialogue with the public. Versions of this have appeared in past advices, and I expect that versions of this will appear in future advices too. But it's important to us, important to the public, important to our consistencies to have as much engagement with tri-party agencies as possible. Any comments on this? So this is what we have going forward as critical priorities in 2027, and the text that you see basically addresses this as well as some other items that we feel are critical. For example, we haven't mentioned anything about safety or safety culture, but we do address it in the text because that will go on ad infinitum, not just in 2027. And other things like that, maintenance of our infrastructure, resources underlying our infrastructure, those things go on ad infinitum as long as there's projects. We mention that in the text rather than have it as a specific topic, a specific critical advice topic, or priority topic. So with that, we'll start going through the text. On page 1.
Sorry, I have a quick question. On site infrastructure, sanitary water systems, is it initiate cross-site or cross-tie?
Cross-tie.
Okay, because I've never seen cross-tie used. So.
In fact, yeah, this is taken word for word from something that is in the 5-year plan, which is initiate cross-tie of sanitary water system between 200 East and 200 West areas. We actually took that in the 5-year plan, word for word.
Okay, the word cross-tie is new to me.
Maybe a good opportunity to check for any other questions, because you'll be asked if you can live with this and asked if you will support it. We do want to make sure you also understand it. Any questions about anything you've heard so far or the process around it? Okay, back to you, Chris.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Amber.
No, I think this is looking excellent. I was just clarifying under waste management. about the cesium and strontium capsules. And you said that's accelerating. So what's the current schedule? And so are we asking to move forward that transfer by the end of the 2027 fiscal year rather than what's the current schedule?
In the 5-year plan for FY 2028, it has complete transfer of cesium and strontium capsules to dry storage. And we'd like to see that accelerated if possible.
Okay, all right. No, I think it's good. I just wanted to understand the time frame by which we're asking to move that up. Thank you.
Anything else before we move on to text?
Do we need to add accelerate in front of continue for the cesium and strontium?
It says complete.
I know it says complete, but are we accelerating it or do we?
We want them to complete it. Yeah.
And you might want to use your mic.
Complete, accelerate to complete it by 2027. Maybe that's the right wording. 28.
We're wordsmithing.
Chris is.
Yeah.
Maybe instead of adding accelerate, maybe we just say after storage, we add the word early. That way we're adding fewer words.
Actually, cesium and strontium, that's probably my bad. We say complete. We don't say accelerate anywhere. Accelerate is for true and M.
Yeah, I think Sue was asking to add the word accelerate because it is an acceleration from the 5-year plan. But if we say complete it early, as opposed to accelerating it, to add early to the end of this, yeah, Josh already did.
Okay, so what do you want to say, Tom?
Sue, can you live with what's on screen?
Amber?
Well, I was just going to suggest with the true, right below that, we say accelerate continue. So should we say accelerate complete transfer of cesium and strontium capsules? I mean, for me, if I was reading this, and I know those who are reading it know the timelines and deadlines, but for a member of the public reading this, they may not understand we're asking to accelerate.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying the same thing.
What if we said accelerate to complete?
Yep.
Or sorry, accelerate and complete.
Then
And remove the early.
on the bullet item in the text, we need to say the same thing, accelerate to complete.
Rob, is your question on this or another topic? Okay, I'll complete that and then we'll move on to Rob.
Okay, going back to page 1, the text. The bullet items here kind of represent an executive summary of what's in the table. So each bullet item correlates to a topic in the table.
Yeah, yeah, I'd like to just emphasize when we're talking about the supernate line, both the supernate and the slurry lines between the two areas were built many, many, many years ago. And I think the first determination in this has to be is because it was never done since their initial building of those pipelines. The WAC code now has completely different regulations with regard to the transfer of hazardous waste in pipelines. And so the biggest thing, and when I talk and hear that DOE thinks they can just take the existing line and use it, I think that's a total misconception in that the ecology is going to have to agree with an exception that they can use the existing lines, which are not to code. They would not be to the WAC code at this point. And so that's why we are pressing this to first look at the design and let us know. And like I said, ecology is going to have to approve it or not approve it. And if they don't approve it, then we're into reconstructing the entire line, 5 miles, 7 miles. And, a decision's got to be made early. And if ecology won't accept what's existing there, they need to tell them early so that we can work on the design and meet this goal. Even for the supernate line, it's not just water, it's supernate. And so it's still got to follow into the WAC code. And so it's really tricky. I spent many years working on slurry lines and erosion, corrosion, and things of that sort, and dealing with the WAC code. And it's just it's a very tricky thing that we could cause years of delay by taking down the wrong road. Thank you.
Okay, we'll hear from Ryan and then Richard. Go ahead, Ryan.
Hey, Robert, just to respond, I just wanted to say that there are milestones in the holistic agreement agreed to between ecology, energy, and EPA about the cross-site transfer lines.
Well, I think when DOE says in a 5-year plan, complete design should take into account any code considerations, any other considerations. I think that's what complete design means. I don't think they're going to design something that's not the code.
I see some nodding from our ecology representatives.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to share at this time, but to your point, Chris, yes, the expectation is that they meet the WASH Administrative Code for ancillary equipment associated with the tank waste system. So, we'll review those action items when those milestones are delivered to ecology, and we'll determine if it's appropriate to activate those lines for transfers between west area and east area.
Right. And then comment from Richard.
I just want to comment that most of the entire tank waste system is non-compliant. And so this is just another non-compliant. There are current negotiated mitigations that ecology has accepted. I doubt if this one's going to be any different. That's why I personally believe, having worked on AY 102, the solution to this is just build a trench and plan to drop another hose in there and use hose and hose throughout the entire process. I mean, I'm a firm believer, hose and hose, throw the damn thing away every 5-10 years, whatever is appropriate is the most reasonable approach. But I'm preaching to the choir. This shouldn't be subject to WAC. It's a non-compliant system. It's not permittable. It's a circular action that we should be cleaning up. But, who would listen to me?
Well, let's check and make sure we don't have any questions to resolve before we move on to the text. Anybody else have any questions on what they've seen in this table? All right, I think we're ready to move on to the text, Chris.
Now back to text. The bullet items here that you see correspond, as I said, one-on-one, same order to items in the table. And we just tried to make one-liner because in our advice last year, it was pointed out that a lot of people may never read this whole advice, and whereas they might read something that's kind of like an executive summary. So we wanted to make sure that what's in the table gets right up front where people can read it. And that's what these bullets represent. And the words are pretty much the same as words in the table.
Are there any questions on the introduction?
Then moving on to the background text, it's a simple paragraph. And it kind of says what I said in the introduction. We mentioned that we recognize the goals in DOE's 5-year plan and the presentation of those goals to the public. We also stress that the activities in the table are important to us, and we want to see that they're funded, and we're urging them to be completed on time or expedited to short project duration. And in many of our past advices, we've consistently emphasized the importance of advocating for and requesting funding sufficient to meet all regulatory milestones and to significantly shorten the duration of cleanup activities. Trying to shorten the duration of cleanup activities is critical because I think those of you who heard a presentation a year or so ago on DOE's lifetime cycle cost, schedule, and scope report may recall that that report called for completion, or mostly completion, of site activities, cleanup activities by 2076 at a cost of between $303 billion and $640 billion. Every year that we can shorten that represents perhaps anywhere from $3 billion to $10 billion in funding, depending on what projects are still out there. So that's why we see words like accelerate, or where we urge completion before dates in the 5-year plan, because there's a definite cost associated with it. And we want the tri-party agencies to know that we recognize that cost and are urging them to try and do whatever they can to shorten the duration of projects. That's what this background text is basically saying.
Any questions?
And then we have text relating to the advice itself. The board supports the TPA agency's request that its membership shares Hanford's past and continuous cleanup activities with the board's constituent organizations, elected officials, and the public. And that's what we've tried to do with this advice, is to get our constituents' input in here where possible. Again, so that the TPA agencies know that's just not us as individuals getting our individual viewpoints across, but that they represent the public that our board represents. And to facilitate these communications with the board, it would be extremely beneficial for DOE to present to the public at the outset of each year measurable annual cleanup and safety targets and goals for the work to be performed that year, and at the end of the year, assess and communicate in a transparent manner the degree to which these annual cleanup and safety target goals were met. Projects have slid a lot and schedule has slipped a lot, and oftentimes we don't really know it, but if there are specific goals at the start of the year and they're communicated as to whether they're met at the end of the year, that would really be beneficial and helpful, I think, to the public and to the board. And that's what we're saying here. We recognize the importance of assuring the safe, secure, and compliant management of Hanford's critical resources and the maintenance of infrastructure safeguards and security, including cybersecurity. Accordingly, it is imperative that DOE continue to prioritize, implement, and communicate Hanford worker and public safety practices. DOE should also communicate how safety culture of the site will evolve as work continues to transition into an operations mode. We've heard Brian Vance say for the last year, one Hanford, and that we're going into an operations mode and everybody works together. That's a different kind of work than a lot of the work that's been done, which is more project oriented, and specifically has dealt a lot with documents. So we want to make sure that the safety culture of the site evolves as we go more and more into operations project. And that's what we're trying to say here. Again, and accordingly, the key word here is imperative. Imperative that DOE continue to prioritize, implement, and communicate Hanford worker and public safety practices. And then the last paragraph, we talk a little bit about the table. The table below summarizes the board's recommended cleanup priorities for FY27. These cleanup priorities are deemed to be critical based upon the board's understanding of the goals and objectives of the Hanford site cleanup mission. And let me say this too. There was a lot of discussion on some of the things, a couple items that we had into the table initially, and they were removed because comments were that board members, if we didn't really understand, because there's been no briefing, no fact sheets regarding what we put in there, how can we possibly communicate them to our constituent organizations or to the public? So several things were removed because if we didn't understand those goals or objectives, we couldn't communicate them and to our constituents. And in that case, we thought it probably wasn't good to put them in the table. And there are only I think two things like that. The organization of the table reflects the structure of DOE's latest 5-year plan. The board requests DOE to provide a response that complies with the DOE Office of Environmental Management latest guidance, reference 4. The board also requests a response to each of the priorities in this advice from the TPA agencies. The board is open and willing to discuss the content of the response as well as the content of this advice with the TPA agencies to ensure that our HAB response expectations are met. Just what it says. A couple of years ago, for example, the ecology wasn't clear on a couple items in there, and I met with Ryan and Dan McDonald to clarify, and their response to us was based upon clarification discussion. So if there's similar items that need to be discussed with either DOE, EPA, or ecology, then we're open to doing that to ensure a better response to us, or a more appropriate response to us. And that we do want a response, if possible, that addresses each of the items in the table. Now, EPA can't address every item in the table because some of them aren't applicable to EPA. Ecology may not be able to address every item in the table because some of them may not be applicable to ecology. DOE can address every item in the table, and where possible, we'd like EPA and ecology too, where they're applicable to those agencies. So that's what we're asking here, and that's what the text says. So any comments, concerns, heartburn about the text? Particularly heartburn.
And don't forget the note.
And the note, the order of items in the table does not reflect a priority ranking. So for each of the categories like tank waste treatment mission, risk reduction, where there's more than one item, that shouldn't be construed to be priority. First item in a category is not highest priority according to us. The last item in a category is not the lowest priority. That's just the way we put them in.
Any questions on any part of this text? Remember, if you're participating online, you can raise your hand in Teams or enter a comment in the chat.
If there is any heartburn with any part of the text, I will say that there has been extensive wordsmithing, so that any comments are likely to negate some of the extensive wordsmithing that's already taken place, and there'll be a lot of comment about that.
Double checking. I don't see any questions in the room. Don't see any questions online. Sir, is everyone willing to live with this as written?
Do we have a consensual quorum?
We have a
We have a
quorum
quorum.
of over 20 at my last count.
Yeah.
Do we want to go around the room and check per seat?
Brian, are you okay? You had a concern earlier on the cross-site transfer line? But you're good? Okay. Okay. Rob? All right, just want to make sure that those that had strong comments or concerns that they're addressed. I don't want to be accused of bullying anybody just to get this thing done. Okay, so let's go around like you suggested and see if we've got consensus.
We'll lead off with Michelle. All right. Grant Franklin Council of Governments agrees. Kevin? Grant Franklin County. Richard?
I agree, West Ridgeland.
Yeah. Laureen?
Yes, I'm in agreement.
Yes. And the next one, both sides of the table, Heart of America Northwest.
Yes, yes, we agree. Thank you.
Okay. Rob Parmalee. That's non-union, non-management. Brian?
2 thumbs up.
2 thumbs up from public at large. Jim?
I'm comfortable, Susan.
Yeah, that's Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board. Mia?
Agree, Hanford Challenge.
I'm good.
That's Susan Public at Large. Tom, thumbs up from Oregon Department of Energy. Matthew? All right, that's from the Confederated Tribes, the Umatilla. Jesus with Columbia Basin College. Antec's good. City of Pasco. Ed Parsons Public at Large. All right, Washington League of Women Voters, Public at Large. Actually, we need to get your new name tent. And local environmental interests. And going online, we have Chuck, City of Kennewick.
I agree.
All right. We have Kermit with Nez Perce. All right. And I believe we still have Simone. Do you agree?
Agree.
All right. Is there anybody I missed? All right. Well, with that, I believe we have achieved consensus and worked our way up to lunch. Would you like to take an early lunch, Susan? Oh. That. Yeah, sorry. Susan, what's next?
Let's see. We don't have lunch until 12:15. So that's 45 minutes. And do you have to go pick up lunch for those of us that are staying here?
That is the plan, yes. Would note I did set if you ordered sandwiches, that was set a little bit ahead, just in case we reach lunch early.
Do the committee chairs want to go ahead and prepared to do their subcommittee reports? If we move it up? I'm not seeing any volunteers.
Actually, there's a couple things. If you don't mind. Just the point is that people should recognize when they look in the literature that Germany, Spain, Belgium, France, Switzerland, Sweden, Finland, Japan, Canada, and United States are all dealing with the same problems that we are. Oh. All those countries are dealing with some of the same problems that we're dealing with here. So I would like people to make sure we're consistent with the rest of the world in some of the stuff that we do, or that we're advanced forward. So anyway, I just feel that we kind of need to make sure that we don't go in a silo that is just us, that we need to be consistent with the rest of the world.
Okay, so is that something for Twist?
No, I just thought,
Okay.
in some of these papers I'm reading here.
Okay,
have got,
can you be a little more specific about what you're?
Well, on materials, canister, disposal, reprocessing, and the AEIA, is a very important resource as well
Okay.
to a lot of this information.
So maybe I'll lock you and Becky in a room.
Shoot, Michelle.
Sorry, the mic. As just a bit of a point of order, I know we have several people who have weather concerns, are planning on traveling today at the close of today's meeting. In the effort to be concise and get through some things, I am all for trying to fill in this time and get through whatever we can get through today to make that easier for folks that have to deal with that tomorrow.
And Kelly, did you have a comment?
Thank you. I did want to respond to Rob's comment. There is an international program at headquarters within the Office of Environmental Management that works closely with multiple other nations to ensure we are communicating with each other. We're doing lessons learned. We are having active conversations. So I can tell you from a headquarters perspective, that is taking place.
Okay, Tom's going to do the committee report. So we're going to shift gears now.
Okay. First of all, Kelly, if that organization is able to do a brief to the board, that would be really awesome to know that that exists. And
Absolutely. And Susan and Maya, if I'm not mistaken, I think you guys were at the chairs meeting where the international program was presented to the chairs. So what I could do is make sure you have a copy of that presentation. And then if you still want additional information, we can look at getting a speaker available so you can hear more about the program.
Awesome. Thank you. Sorry, I jumped the line there. So in January, we had a cleanup and risk mitigation meeting, groundwater centric, which is, awesome because groundwater is important. Had a briefing on the new groundwater site-wide report and on cleanup plans for 100K and 100N records of decision and challenges to those documents based on the changing regulatory environment. A lot of good discussion, created some new IM teams, issue manager teams. So if you're interested in joining those, the first one is looking at the draft proposed plan for the soil contamination under the 324 building. And that's meeting as soon as this meeting ends here. So if you want to stick around, and it's going to be a really quick kickoff because we do want to, some of us want to hit the road before the weather hits. So, but we will be meeting and talking about just sort of next steps. The next cleanup and risk mitigation meeting is in March, and we've got an agenda with some more groundwater topics and some more fun conversations. Everybody's welcome.
Go ahead.
We'll hear from Lids next.
Oh, I thought you said Liz. I was like, where is she? Where is she? So yeah, the Lids Committee, we had a meeting in January as well. The Lids portion of our of that committee day was fairly short. We went over the response from DOE on our traffic safety advice, which was 319, I believe, that was referenced in this last piece of advice that we just went over, the cleanup priority advice. At that point, we decided we're probably going to issue another piece of advice. I feel like, well, the squeaky wheel might get the grease eventually. So just keep reiterating, the fact that, the traffic safety needs some help. So we have Richard again is the issue manager for that piece of advice. Don't
Well, I
tell
was
me.
going to jump in and say I have a draft, and I'd like if those that are on the traffic safety can get together, I think it'd be a real quick 10-minute review of the draft, and then we'll bring it to the full Lids committee at the next meeting.
Perfect. Okay, that's better than what I expected you to say. I thought you were going to say, I'm not going to do it. So thank you, Richard. And yeah, anybody who's interested in that, maybe we can meet, after this, the board meeting concludes. We have another meeting scheduled in March, I believe. And right off the top of my head, since I wasn't fully prepared to do this right at this moment, I'm not exactly sure what we have on the agenda other than that traffic safety advice piece. So if anybody else knows or Richard knows.
Yeah, that meeting starts at 10:15, if I recall, on March 5th. And that is the primary item you'll be looking at.
Okay, perfect. All right. So anyone who's interested in coming to that meeting, it'd be much appreciated your input for that. So I think I covered it all, Richard. I don't know if you have anything else to add, but.
No, but one thing that I think we'll bring to Lids, and it might be, it's something coming off the priority advice, the RIFS, is something the HAB hasn't dealt with, and I personally have dealt with the frustration, and I know it's a frustration out there on site. If we do the RIFS process, one of the big elephants that the RIFS deals with is WIDS. The WIDS is a waste identification documentation system, and Ecology and DOE refuses to close WIDS items. They live forever, and some of them are really stupid. And so I think as one thing I'd like to bring up to WIDS, to the Lids, is WIDS. Well, in that we need to reduce some of the administrative burden that really is out there and improve the system. And it's huge. I mean, having dealt with PFP, we had 52 WIDS sites inside and God, we demolished a building on top of them. Just do away with them. Yeah, there was a fire in 1960. Who cares? Thank you.
Which committee's up next? Subcommittee.
I can do it. Last meeting we had was on the 16th of January. It's actually, it was a trimmed scope because we couldn't get a presenter for one of the activities, but Ricky Banks showed up and his staff and talked about the update on the tank waste processing. And it was a good presentation. We had lots of questions came out about it. I encourage everybody, if you're interested, go take a look at the handout that they give. And it's in it's on our website is what I'm trying to say, under the tank waste. The other thing I wanted to mention is that we've been looking at the what's called the system plan, and we find that there's a whole lot of discrepancies between the holistic negotiation, the system plan, and what we're actually doing on our 5-year plan. And so I'm at an impasse that if we want to offer advice on the system plan, or on the system plan, the last advice that was offered ended up with a roundtable discussion, and people got to voice a lot of information at that roundtable. That information was not really acted upon. One of the things that people have pointed out at the very beginning is the TPA is looking for a system plan, not an options plan. And there are just so many options within the system plan that you really don't understand what they're going to do. And then they start to carry that out to the cost it. And so, it's $3 billion a year. And so the variation of closing the site at 20, or 2070 to 2076 or 2080 is, roughly $30 billion difference. Okay. And it's a wash in the total cost of every one of those options they gave us. So I'm very confused as far as what we're trying to do, other than we produced a lot of paper. It's a huge document. I encourage people to thumb through it just so you can get a basis of it. But I feel almost, impossible to actually offer any other comments other than going back, looking what we said in the past. And the system plan was supposed to be a logical path on what they're gonna do, not options. And so that's what we got. We got a ton of options here. And so we still don't know. The closest we have is to knowing what they're actually planning on doing is what's on the 5-year plan. Okay, and the 5-year plan is a very important plan to us. And so I'm really struggling with that.
Okay, so
everyone
Rob,
should
I'm
talk
going to
about
play
it.
bully.
Yeah.
And remind you that Ryan and Ecology has already requested an opportunity to come to the TWIST committee and talk about the system plan and the details behind it or the intent.
Is that true?
Yes, that's what I talked about at the last committee meeting. Rob, I think there's a lot, just like you're just walking through, I think there's a lot of misunderstandings and misconceptions. And we're actually meeting with DOE next week, tentatively, to meet with the system plan subject matter experts to see when we can come talk to you guys. So we're working on it.
Okay. The other thing is I just wanted to mention in the Ricky Banks talk, you talked a lot about the environmental testing being done. It's called the Environmental Performance Demonstration Test, which should be complete here in the next coming month or so. So we can't wait to hear about that and the successes. Thank you.
All right, next we'll hear from the Community Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee, and then
Josh, can I jump
then
in? It's
okay, if you'd
on
like-
tanks.
Okay.
I just wanted to add that we also received an update on the waste treatment plant that was for DF Law and also direct feed high level waste from Paul Schroeder and Tom Tyner. And all of those presentations are recorded. So if you missed the meeting and want to learn more about what's going on at DF Law and DF high level waste, it would be great to go back and look at those recordings. No, there was another presentation besides Ricky Bang that wasn't mentioned.
Okay, we'll hear from the COSUB subcommittee and check if we have any questions for our subcommittee leaders.
All right. Well, we held a meeting last month of the Community Outreach and Engagement Committee, and Michelle as the vice chair and myself as the chair. We, I wrote down all the things that we've been working on. It's been a lot. Reminder that the Hanford Public Involvement Survey is, I think today is the last day. So if you haven't filled it out, we discussed the survey, ways to Ecology presented on all the different outreach that they've been doing to the community, and we gave them some feedback on some civic groups and others that they may want to reach out to. And we all, some of us committed to sharing on Facebook the links. And so anyway, if you haven't filled out that survey, I know Ryan would like you to do that, and they've set a goal and we should probably get the QR code up at some point today so folks can go right to that link. Ryan, did you have something to add?
I was going to say the QR code, we included the QR code on our last slide on the ecology update slide for quick reference.
So it's right in your packet. Perfect. You can take a picture of that if you have a phone, or you can type in the link and take that survey. So yeah, that was a great conversation. We talked about libraries and Rotary clubs and all sorts of folks that might be willing to share the link to their respective lists. And so that was good. We had a good conversation and appreciated Ecology being, now that you're fully staffed with your public outreach team, you're able to do a lot more than in the past to get the word out. And also it's available in English and Spanish. And we talked about some of the ways that the outreach has been going to Spanish speakers. So that's great. We also discussed, we got an update on just key upcoming public comment periods, which I think were touched on earlier today by the tri-parties. And it sounds like a couple of those have not been established yet, but we will hear back. The other key topics were the HAB, our board engagement, and how can we get to know each other as board members better? What are some of the ways we could use these meetings and activities as not part of the formal meeting to get together, engage, share information so that when we're working together on advice, we kind of know each other, we can reach out and feel more comfortable working together to get to consensus. So I think we had some great ideas, and already I want I want to thank Mia and Rebecca for organizing a little get together last night. I heard some trivia was had, and there were some winners, you know. Okay, but I appreciate that a lot of times just having those informal gatherings. And so today at lunch, if folks were invited to stay here, order in food, talk, get to know each other, and we're going to have a little game that Susan is providing. So just, it's hard when some of us Zoom or we're coming from different places. Even it's hard to gather folks here in the Tri-Cities who, you know, have family obligations and want to get back home. So we're trying to think of creative ways. So please give Michelle and I feedback on the activities that we are organizing and how we can make them better. We also discussed having the round robin discussions, which we're going to have this afternoon. So a way for folks to engage around the table that's not a formal piece of advice. So please give us feedback on if you want to keep doing round robins and what would be some key questions that would be good for dialogue. Finally, we did discuss regional meetings. Department of Energy said they are not planning to do a regional HAB meeting, that is outside of the Tri-Cities, this fiscal year. But we can give feedback on that. And I guess there was one open window. We discussed that the best use of those regional meetings is when there is an open comment period that is of interest to a community to be able to come to the meeting and share their comments and be engaged with the tri-parties. And so if there is an upcoming public involvement opportunity, open comment period, we can follow up with the tri-parties and Department of Energy about a regional meeting. But right now, there is not one scheduled for this year. And we probably need to talk about the next fiscal year and what that looks like. And I can answer questions about that. We're not having a meeting in March. We just didn't have enough agenda items. One agenda item that we're hoping to have is an update from the Department of Ecology on the HEAL Act. The HEAL Act is, it was passed by the Washington State Legislature several years ago to create a coordinated approach to reducing environment and health disparities. And it's done, I'm just reading off of the state's website here, integrating environmental justice principles, practices, and assessments into several state agencies, including the Department of Ecology. And so there were some questions about how does the HEAL Act work in terms of making sure that the decisions that we're making at Hanford and the impacts are being considered from that environmental justice framework. So Ryan, I don't know if you have an update, but I don't think we were going to be ready to have that presentation in March. So we're looking at April.
Yeah, specifically for that topic, I know we've done several presentations over the last couple of years, and the next step was we were going to be coming to the HAB and presenting the Ecology's community engagement plan that's a requirement of the HEAL Act before the nuclear waste program specifically drafts our kind of community engagement plan that's more Hanford specific. And the reason that there's a delay is because our headquarters, they're still in the process of finalizing that community engagement plan. So we just can't present on it because it's not done yet. But as soon as I get word from them that it's done, that we'll be able to bring it to you guys.
So we had a pretty busy agenda in January. So thus, we're going to take a break in March and we'll look to an April meeting to follow up on some of these topics. And if you have any suggestions for topics for the committee, please let us know. I think did I cover everything, Ryan? I think, anyway, so open to questions or comments.
I think we'll be deferring the National Liaison Report till the afternoon. Are there any questions for subcommittee
No,
leaders?
Josh, we're deferring National Liaison to tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
So I know we have a potential question from Michelle and then Tom.
I have actually a piece of information to share that is kind of a mashup between community engagement and lids and traffic safety, actually. Right now on the Council of Governments website, which is bfcog.us, right on the homepage, there is a link to a safety map and a program that we're using called Social Pinpoint that allows any individual to go in and mark locations on a map where they experience traffic safety concerns. So this is a great opportunity for people to go in and put a pinpoint on this map for traffic issues and safety concerns that they're experiencing. So the more we talk about this, especially in relation to Hanford commuters and other things, this is a great way for people to share that voice. The COG is in the process of developing a comprehensive safety action traffic plan on behalf of the Tri-Cities. And so all of that data is going to be aggregated into this safety plan. So I just encourage everybody to share that is open and accepting information and to go put in your pain points.
Michelle, can you repeat the website again?
It's bfcog.us. So Benton Franklin Council of Governments .us.
All right. And then Tom.
Quick, first, the Hanford Advisory Board trivia team is undefeated as of last night. So it was a really great event. Thanks for Becky and Mia to set it up, and let's do more. Also, in March and April, we'll be having committee elections for leadership. So it came out and have happenings a little bit ago, but if you're interested in becoming a chair or vice chair of one of the committees, please talk to us who have presented today. We'll tell you what it means and how hard it is or how easy it is. And then you can self-nominate or nominate someone else. Facilitation will make sure they're eligible to serve and willing to serve. And then those elections will be in March and April for a term starting October 1. It's a one-year term.
I think part of the plan was to take nominations March and April and then do elections in June ahead of the big workshop.
Fair. My calendar is wrong, but
Right. Any other questions or comments for our subcommittee leadership? All right. With that, I think we're done with this for today. What time would you like to return from lunch, Susan?
Let's stay on schedule for, let's see, we come back at 1:45.
Right. Yeah.
Well, actually, yeah. No, 1:45. And then we'll do the round robin discussion and then we'll probably end up adjourning. And that way you'll be able to do your IM team early. Unless somebody has something else.
My question would be, given the people that are leaving, and unknown what that number is, should we be discussing the impact for tomorrow's agenda? Is anything going to be affected because we've got too many people leaving, or I don't know, just crossed my mind what's going to happen?
Well, my suggestion would be that up until the 10:45 item, it goes as scheduled. That advice passed today, so that item won't be held, but we do need to make space for the National Liaison Report. So we'll provide that about 15 minutes and move board business up 15 minutes.
Yeah, the key piece for tomorrow is the Phoenix 101 tutorial that we've got PN&L working with us on. So otherwise, yeah,
Everybody go. Okay.
Does it make sense to move the end of lunch up 15 minutes since we're starting the beginning of lunch 15 minutes early?
I'm going to ask Amber and Michelle, because part of the lunch today is tied to the engagement and making sure you have ample time to engage.
I'm fine moving it up as long as we have the same amount of time. I think it's just a question of when the sandwiches are going to arrive.
Is 5 to 10 minutes after I leave. All right.
I don't. I think that it sounds like you're going to go get the sandwiches, come back. So why don't we do we want to stay with the schedule till 1:45 then? That seems fine. And other folks might have planned things during that time, just running errands or making calls. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking too. So.
Question from Brian.
If I might interject, as for tomorrow morning, not only is there a possibility of snow, but just be aware for you that are coming from Kennewick that there are huge delays over the Blue Bridge, as I experienced today. So just so you know, keep that in mind. Thanks.
All right. Anything else before we temporarily adjourn for lunch? All right, we are on lunch. So next up, we have a round robin discussion among HAB members. The question as posed is, how can we encourage more open collaboration within the HAB? Susan, would you like to provide some context, what you're looking for?
Okie dokie. All right. So as Amber spoke earlier about having a round robin so we could continue to getting to know each other, me and I came up with this one. The focus is on how do we as the board, we each other, how can we encourage more open collaboration with us and within us? So it's all about improving the collaboration with others and within our organization, between each other. Does that make sense? Okay, so how can we encourage more open collaboration within our group of HAB members? And the side benefit of that is how can we, as a group, then better collaborate with the agencies and our constituents and the public. But the key piece is how do we collaborate amongst ourselves? How can we do it? What are we doing good? What can we do better? And it's kind of wide open because that's fine.
Well, what do you mean by collaboration? I mean, because the spirit of this is to also bring lots of differential approaches to this, representing different things all around the table. So we need to get a better handle on what that means to collaborate versus not. Putting differential ideas on the table is what we're supposed to do. But then from that point, what?
It's an wide open statement.
Okay.
For different, as you said, I personally agree. We all come to the table with different experience and different perspectives. And it's that give and take dialogue, learning from each other that helps us build an endpoint that we all can envision. But if you don't have all those diverse perspectives,
rubber stamping.
We'll have groupthink, and I don't see that.
Right.
Starting at one end and going around, or how are we doing it?
I'm going to say jump in.
Okay, so Jeff was the first to volunteer. What are your thoughts on this?
So one of the things that I've noticed is
I don't know how to get a hold of anybody. And if there was like even a voluntary, here's my number, here's my email, you can get a hold of me here and there. If you have a question about a position I took or didn't take, then at least that lends itself to the collaboration of understanding why I did what I did or didn't do what you thought I should do. And it opens up the venue for assume the best, right? And also I noticed like, so I saw Tom at a conference down in Las Vegas. That was great because Tom and I got to talk for a little bit, and you know, we don't see each other outside this venue as a rule. So I think just access is key to this.
One quick comment on that before we put on the queue. We did ask for had members to provide permission to provide their contact information, and we do have that assembled into a list. We typically distribute those in paper only rather than posting. And we do have a small selection of those in the room with Chandra in case anyone didn't get one. Next up, we have Larry, and then we'll have Tom. Then Chris.
Well, Susan, this is not a new problem. It's not a unique problem. It's a problem with every board. I've been on the Audubon board for a decade, and we ask the same question. And so I don't know where the starting point is, but you have to be able to identify the reasons you can't collaborate with each other on a regular basis. Distance may be a problem. Lifestyles may be a problem. Any number of issues. And so until you can find something that is that can work around those, you really don't have a mass group of people that can collaborate. You know, we ended up collaborating 2s and 3s. Well, that's not good because you form cliques and other things. It may not be answerable, but we could certainly improve it here, I think.
I think there's a couple things that are in the works that need to get ingrained in our culture, that we're working through. And I think part of it is the mentor program, the events like we've had this meeting where we've had outside, off camera, just talking to people, getting to know them. You know, you can't collaborate with someone you don't know and you don't trust. So I think we just need to keep doing the work, and having the contact list is a big plus. That's something we were missing for a long time, where the ability to get in touch with people has been embargoed, and you have to go through an intermediary to send an email. I think if we can get to a point where we trust each other enough to talk and send emails directly to that person, without excluding others, that can help. I was just thinking it might be fun or interesting. I don't know if fun is the right word. A concept that I was just pondering was trying to do maybe a committee office hours, where, you know, we just say we have a set time once a month where, you know, I've got a Teams meeting that someone can join and we can chat, as chair of a committee, just to build that frequency of contact. You know, the Hab in its heyday was meeting once a month at least, sometimes more. And so people got to know each other's families and stuff. And that's sort of, you know, where we were. And then we had this whole shutdown of isolation and COVID, and trying to get back to a sense of community when everything's changed. I think we're taking steps to do it, but it's not something that's immediate. Absolutely.
You said that some communications is embargoed because it has to go through somebody.
So there have been periods and positions taken by previous folks who were in charge of things that said that you can't send an email directly to another member. It had to go through the facilitation team. I don't think that's the case now, but that's how, you know, there was this time of no trust. I think we're getting past that, but there's still some residuals.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, we'll note that contact list I mentioned also includes everyone's emails that volunteered them. Kelly, do you have a comment on this?
Yes, I can give some clarification to the embargo discussion. I wasn't, here when that was taking place, but I can tell you as an overall approach, because this is a FACA board and we have precise record keeping requirements that we have to follow, it is appreciated and I can go so far as to say is expected that if you are working on board related activities that are working towards a recommendation, that you include either the facilitation team or your DDFO, because we have to keep those records as part of the requirements that we have to follow. Essentially what it is if somebody 20 years from now comes and looks at a HAB recommendation, we have to have the paper trail that shows how they got to that recommendation, including all of those back conversations. So I don't know exactly the details that you guys are referring to, but I thought that piece of information might be helpful in terms of why you would need to loop in the staff for the board. That doesn't mean every conversation, obviously, but in terms of things related to a subcommittee product that's going to ultimately end up into a recommendation.
Thank you. And so the current queue for the round robin, as I've counted it, is Chris, Richard, Pam, and Ed. Chris, your thoughts?
Josh, could I just, on the list of contact information, I'm sorry, I didn't hear where I can find that.
You can.
Oh,
Chandra has
okay.
those available.
Okay, thank you. And we can let her know if we want to add a different email or phone number or something.
Yes.
Thank you.
Chris, up to you.
I just want to throw this out as an example. When I sent either the first or the second draft of our work priority advice out to the IM team, I got 2 emails back from different members apologizing for not being able to add anything because they said they didn't know enough to add. And I thought that's kind of pretty significant as to how people interact or don't interact. If they feel they don't know enough, then they're going to withdraw a little bit. And I think that what was in those 2 emails and the thoughts behind it probably underlies an awful lot of the reasons that we don't have more collaboration or interaction, especially with new members coming in who maybe haven't worked at Hanford, don't really know much about Hanford, and feel very reluctant or unsure themselves to be able to add anything. But I want to throw that out because that's from 2 members of the IM team, and actually I never heard from them again. Even though I responded back encouragingly and said, you probably have more to add than you think you do, blah, 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 blah. Never heard from them again.
Okay, so next up we have Richard.
I like the comment of other boards. I don't know how many boards I'm on. I think the way you get more collaboration is common goal. And that's the key. And having been on this board too many years, mosquito control is an easy board to be on because the goal is to kill mosquitoes. We're a murderous bunch. Well, what is the goal of, we should, I think, on an annual basis, establish a goal for that year. And, personally, I know what my view of what I see as a goal for the HAB, and that is to expedite the cleanup. Expedite the cleanup. Right now, we're looking at 75 years. Well, how do you expedite that? Well, it may take 75 years to do all that they want to do, but there are certain things that are the highest risk to the site. We have our priorities we gave them, but that's short-term risk. But you look at tank cleanup, that's doesn't seem to have an end ever in my mind. I mean, it's not going to be my lifetime for sure. It's getting shorter and shorter. And I doubt if your grandkids will see the cleanup of the tanks. But in that pristine sense, but we need to expedite the essential things that need to be done that aren't getting done. Um, you know, to me, I think our advice we put out on the leaky tanks that was ignored by DOE as usual to go out and take the liquid out of the tanks that you can as soon as you can and go around and do the supernate removal, repump them again. You have the technology to deal with that at tank level and stop sending the message up. We got another leaker. Yeah, we'll try and evaporate it. If it's a leaker, there's rationale here. It's probably coming in, going out. And so it is an active, local contamination event ongoing. And that's why I keep putting the aspect, how can we do this better? The RCRA permit for tank farms is the most obscene thing I've ever imagined. How can you have a non-compliant tank system and assume you're permitting it? Ecology is taking a huge risk. The risk lies with DOE. They own it. They're the owner. Ecology approves a non-compliance. I've been in the system doing environmental compliance for years, and I recognize that you have governmental organizations that have responsibilities, but the question is, do they want to take on the liability? And permitting is a liability system. It's permits DOE to do what it's doing. DOE doesn't want to do what it's doing. They don't want a leaky tank. They don't want a non-compliant system. But we're not building something to go on forever. We're not making, DOE isn't making money. They're spending money. And so I think the key comes down to is we as a HAB should, when we start off the year, decides what is our goal this year to make things better.
All right. Next up is Pam. How can we encourage more open collaboration within the HAB?
Well, thinking back over 30 years, there have been opportunities for socialization like we had today, where people got to know each other. When we traveled out of town, we went out and ate together, talked about our families, our lives, and friendships were formed that are strong friendships. We don't really have that opportunity very much anymore. I thought last night was excellent, and I hope we do that again. It was really fun. But also in this big picture, an enormous amount of work has been done at Hanford. When this board started, our new congressman, Doc Hastings, was taken out to see reactor, and it was snowing inside the building. I mean, that's how bad it was. And those reactors are pretty much done, and we've just got K West to finish that cocoon. And all the ancillary facilities along the river are long gone. The contamination plumes are declining. So the range of issues that we have is smaller. And so in as an individual choosing what to engage on, it's less than it was before. So it's been an evolution, but I think person to person interactions that give you a positive feeling about working together with someone that you don't know very well is very constructive. And I think this meeting, you guys have done a good job of building some of those bridges. Thank you.
Yeah, so in queue at this point, we have Ed, Amber, and then Michelle. You're up, Ed. Remember,
There you go.
Thank you. It reminds me. I think when I look at this and I ask kind of the mirror question, is it, do we feel like that there is a problem with our collaboration as a group? Are we not? Or is there some place where broke, where we need to improve something? So is there something that needs to be fixed? And if it needs to be fixed, we need to understand what the problem is we're trying to fix. I'll just be really blunt. I mean, if we feel like we're being stifled because all communications have to go through single point of contact, I feel like that if I want to take Tom and I need to go out behind the shed and have a heart-to-heart discussion, we should do that. We should do that. Feel free to do that. You're bigger than I am, so I feel like I can do it. But the point is, I mean, is there really something that says that we're not collaborating well? I kind of think there is, but we probably need to identify that. I mean, having goals and things like that but to get to a goal, we got to have an ability to work together to get to that goal. And that's what I'm kind of trying to read behind the scenes on this. If we're not collaborating well, what can we do to increase that collaboration? And I think there's more to it. I think we should be able to say, somewhere, sometime, we need to have clearly open communications, shut the cameras off, shut everything off, informal meetings that say, all right, let's sit down, let's figure out what the heck's going on. That's what I read from this. So if we're not collaborating enough, then we need to define where that is and work on that issue. So what I have. Thank you.
next up, we'll have Amber.
So I think when I joined the board, was it 3 years ago? Was it 2022? Something like that. Mostly we were still Zooming, and it was just a challenge to get to know who people were. So as a new board member, I remember it was really hard the first couple of years just to figure out the committee structure, how to engage. And I think I'm finally getting it now, but it's been like 3 years. So how can I think for me, I am seeing that coming out of the pandemic, we're meeting more in person. We figured out how to do hybrid meetings better. I think our committee meetings are pretty good hybrid, and we do a pretty good job of facilitating the conversation. It's a little harder in the full board meeting just because I feel like it's hard to engage with the folks online all the time. So I just think that, things have changed, to your point, Tom, but a lot of it's because we allow hybrid. We've talked about this, I think, in the community engagement committee meetings. But I think we're moving in the right direction. And I loved to see after the lunch break, people breaking out and talking about potential advice that they'd like to bring. And to your point, Richard, I think the cleanup priorities that we just are adopting at this meeting can be that baseline of what we've all agreed is important. And we can keep working on those key priorities together and holding the tri-parties accountable to those priorities. And I think the other main important decision we make is our work plan for the year. So when we decide on what we're going to work on, that's a great opportunity to loop in new board members and really mentor and get them engaged. Because I think that's what I struggled with at the beginning when I joined the board was, okay, trying to zoom into committee meetings was a bit challenging, but it can be done. It's just, let's loop people into that work plan process and the cleanup priorities. Because to me, those are the two cornerstones of engagement for this board. In terms of laying out the plan for the whole year. And it makes it a little challenging to come up with new things we might want to advise on or work on, but it's a really good roadmap. So those are, now that I've had a little perspective over the last year, it's like, oh, okay, I see what we're working on. I see how we could work together. Susan kind of roped me in to, be taking a leadership role, and I feel guilty that I can't always be there in person, but I appreciate having a chair who really does try and reach out and get people involved. So I think that the leadership team, we could probably do better, the chairs and co-chairs of the committees, to really encourage people to get involved with some of the committee work. So that's another idea. How do we do that? How do we really encourage people to come to the meetings or get on a task force or an issue manager group? Because this last issue manager group, it was great on the cleanup priorities. It was a great group, and I just listened in and was like, thumbs up. I thought all of the dialogue was excellent. And so maybe each year as we have new members coming in October, how do we loop them in right away into the work so we keep building that collaboration?
Double check. Do you have a new comment or is that a legacy flip? Okay, so we're going to hear from Michelle, Rob, and then Chris.
So as I think about this question, there's, for me, I think 3 separate kind of factors that influence how we collaborate or how we feel, how satisfied we feel about the work that we're trying to get done as the HAB. I think the first is our individual motivation or reason for being here. And I was thinking about it today as I look at the folks in the HAB and looking back over the last couple of years for me. We have individuals who serve on the HAB because it's a personal choice to be here because they're passionate about something related to Hanford. A goodly portion of the people who are on the Hanford board have some sort of history with Hanford. They're current employees, they're retired employees, they've worked for contractors, and their knowledge and level of experience and expectation for how much influence we can have as the HAB is probably very different than someone like myself who represents government entities, has some very ancillary experience with nuclear cleanup programs here and elsewhere, but have not worked in that field. And so when I look at the purpose of the Hanford board, which is, to inform stakeholders in the public and so that we can influence the outcomes of cleanup and remediation, and provide public perspective and feedback, my expectation of how the agencies are going to hear and receive my opinion or what I bring to the table is going to be really different than somebody whose experience is elsewhere. So I think part of just having good collaboration and communication is understanding the motivation and the reason and the background for people who are being at the table. I think similarly, people who aren't coming from that very Hanford-centric background can be really easily overwhelmed by the highly technical, very detailed conversations that we have, especially even looking at like the cleanup advice for today. We do a really good job of, do you understand? Do you agree? And it's really easy for people who aren't involved at that level to go, yep, it's fine with me, because it would take so much knowledge and effort to get down to that level of knowledge to feel like you're really part of the decision making. And not everybody has the time or the inclination to get to that level. So I think just being realistic about where people are coming from. I've also felt like there's some cross purposes a little bit between our agency partners and support and HAB members, between how and why we want to get things done. I hear some mixed messages between agency partners that say, what do you want in your work plan? What do you want to learn about? To tell us what you want that to be. And then I hear messages coming back to the partners to say, we'd like to hear an update on this. We'd like to know more about this. We have questions about this. And the response becomes, we'll see if we can get someone. We'll see if we can arrange someone. We don't have that information. It's going to take more, And so there's a lot of back and forth, and not as a judgment to the agency, but just the reality that feels frustrating. Like, why am I here? You've asked for my opinion. I've told you what we want to hear more about. We can or can't hear about it. Okay, I guess I've done my part. And it can feel frustrating. So I think understanding those and just really having everybody have a clear understanding of what really is the purpose of the HAB, so that we don't get into that mission creep of, is it my job to tell the agencies how to do their job? Or is it my job, just as a member of the community, to say, these are things that are concerning to me. These are things I don't understand and I want to understand more of. I'm worried about health or safety or some other issue for my friends and neighbors. What can we do to influence that? So I think the more we can continue to reinforce that intent and purpose for the HAB, it'll help us collaborate better as well.
Next up, we have Rob Davis.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to really come up with something solid. But I almost think as if that once we get a presentation in our committee meetings, that we need to do a round robin and see what people felt and thought about it. And so to help fill in the blanks as far as collaboration, it'd be nice to know we get a presentation on DF law, and like presenter says a bunch of things and it kind of goes over some people's heads. And if we could go around the room after the presentation while it's still fresh in our memory, I think that would do a lot for collaboration. Somebody can ask a question that they didn't quite understand, and somebody that with more knowledge could explain it further, or we could keep an open list of questions to be addressed the next time. It needs to be, collaboration needs to be, it's not just by itself collaboration, because we all go out and party and have a good collaboration, but we want to have it focused on what brings the most to the board. And I look at some people's blank face. I'll say it again. It's just that I think that maybe we could do a better job of post presentation discussions. Let's discuss what we just learned. And if people didn't understand the acronyms, that's a perfect time to sit there. Oh no, what they mean is they mean by the definition, like weird. I looked around a couple of people today even, and they were kind of like, when they mentioned weird, it's like, okay, what's weird again? What are we going to do with weird? I think those kind of questions can be asked amongst us and not have any fear that I don't know, the presentation would not come across. But I think we need to take an active role in it and have it targeted collaboration. Suggestion.
And Chris.
I'm going to build a little bit upon what Michelle said. A lot of the discussion that we've been having right now around this table is about what can we as a HAB do to encourage more collaboration amongst ourselves. I think what's missing here is what can each individual member do? If you wanted to join the HAB, there's some responsibility and accountability you have as an individual. You didn't join the HAB just to sit back or to come when you wanted. You joined the HAB presumably to participate and to be an active member. So individuals have responsibility and accountability. It's not just depending on the HAB to bring them along. I think they have a responsibility to participate, to join in, and so on and so forth. And I think that's an element that's missing here. There is some accountability that each of us has, and somewhere in our bylaws or whatever, our rules, is expectation as a HAB member, you will participate, you will join in, you're supposed to be knowledgeable about things, at least read up. And that's what seems to be missing with this collaboration, is that part of our ground rules and the expectations that we have for HAB members. And I think maybe those need to be clear in orientation and not just as a one sentence or a two sentence, but make it clear to new members that they are accountability. They have some accountability and some responsibility beyond just being a member and having your name on a piece of paper as public at large or this or that or the other thing.
Does anyone else have any thoughts on how we can encourage more open collaboration? Brian, and then Lorraine.
Mike.
I've had a couple of sidebar conversations with a newer member, Ed, and I've had one with Richard and several amongst the room. I think that helps establish a common ground amongst us and make it easier to communicate. I can't speak for Ed, but I had no idea what I was walking into. And I think you guys are doing a deep dive, just my opinion, and maybe we're going way out into the future that we may have no control over. I personally, if somebody wanted to communicate afterwards, I would appreciate an email over a phone call in case you're Rob and you're at the airport going to Prague, or Jim and you're out doing chores later at night, and you can sit and think about the question and think about the answer. I don't know, I'll assume that everybody can't take things personally. I don't care if you're ecology or DOE, you can't take it personal because you're not running the show, right? And so there's an open forum for frustration or whatever. But if guys like me that went out there on a day-to-day basis to work didn't look at the big picture until we retired. We're more interested in getting to work and getting home and looking at the day-to-day things. But after you retire, you kind of see the big picture. And of course, everybody wants everything done tomorrow. And that would be the ultimate dream. But I don't know, I'm just going to throw it out there. Maybe we could pass a notebook around for anonymous questions that were legit anonymous questions for those that don't feel comfortable asking. I mean, there's a lot of, I was out there 30 years. There's a lot of things that are beyond me. So, and I would feel stupid asking, like, what, you're out there 30 years and you're asking this? Well, that's not, I was in operations. I wasn't an engineer or a scientist, or, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I think that we just encourage everybody, like I said, to have sidebars and then see where this person's coming from or that person's coming from. And it might spur the open collaboration, help us move forward with that. That's kind of my thinking off the top of my head.
All right, thank you. We'll hear from Lorraine and then Pam.
Thank you. I guess listening to everybody in the room today, I appreciate, the perspectives that you have, and it is very important, for me as a tribal member of the Yakama Nation to be able to communicate with everybody, and understand where you're coming from. And I will admit that this past year, I didn't have the time to attend some of the meetings, and but being back here today, it's it is a little overwhelming, when you think about the cleanup and that it's going to be beyond my lifespan and my children's lifespan and my grandchildren's lifespan. And the need for our tribal membership to make sure that the resources on Hanford are protected. And we look at it a lot differently than most people because of the fact that, we believe that everything is alive and you have to protect it. And, so my role as the Environmental Restoration Waste Management Program Administrator is to make sure that, our staff is out here, going out and I do appreciate, the work that people have done here. You've worked out on the side and I'm still learning. And, I've always been taught that, you never stop learning. And so, I rely on my staff very heavily to make sure that, any time that there's a, project going on, that we have a cultural person out there to, go out and make sure that our traditional cultural properties are protected and, our concerns hadn't been met in the past, because of the fact that, people in common now are very comfortable, going out, within the boundaries of Hanford and just, going out and riding their ATVs or whatever and, kind of decimating the place. And, that's kind of like where we've been, the perspective that I come from is needing to protect those resources. And and it is very concerning, for the Yakama Nation because of the fact that, we do have, our plants and medicines and the natural resources out there. And, and we do want to protect it. We want to participate fully so that, we're working along with everybody that's, had the experience, whatever it is, how you've dealt with, your careers or your personal interest. At Hanford, we work with Columbia River Keeper and we have a Hanford journey every year. And so we provide like boat tours. And that's always a very good thing because, you get on that water and you go up the river and you look at those resources and it's such a beautiful area. No wonder why we're all sitting in this room, because we have that vested interest in protecting that land and, the resources there. And, so we try our best, but, that's my goal coming here is to make sure that I'm relaying this because the land can't speak for itself. So, as a tribal member, I'm here to represent that and that in our tribal community. And, this past year we've been able to take, people out to actually do a hunt. And, that's part of our ceremonial practice. And it's been since, the 1940s, we hadn't been able to go out there. We took, my granddaughter actually went out this past spring and we, did our root gathering out there. And that was her first time being out there and she's 3. So she's, actually considered now, a traditional food gatherer. So, those things are very important to our people and to bring our youth back. I was happy to see in the presentation this morning that, the Hammer STEM day that they had. And, we're trying to work on that too. We're trying to, engage our tribal youth and community to, look at, careers, I've heard the gentleman here that retired and, who's coming in to take over on these positions to continue to do the work. And it's very important, and so, that's another part of the work that I do is, try to develop an opportunity for youth and young, professionals that maybe already be in college, to give them an experience. And, we haven't tapped into, all of the resources that are available here at Hanford. And, so we're working to do that. And, I do have a natural resource protection officer that just started with us that, is going to be able to help us, go out and learn and bring youth out and teach, teach about the resources and reintroduce them to, the land. And that's very important, going forward because, 75 years from now, I want to make sure that, we still have, people that are experiencing Hanford and the resources there and on the ale and, and we're looking at, like a co-stewardship with, the government. So even, that's very important and it's near and dear to our heart because of the fact that, we want to make sure that we don't lose that connection. And so that's my role. It's always going to be my role to, be present and participating and, collaboration. I think communication is the key. And I know that, in other work groups that I've participated in, COVID has had an impact, because of the fact that, we weren't able to meet in person. And so, sitting here in the room, it's nice to see, all the people that are, that have been here. And I would encourage, like, because I know that we went through this process of, you want to get new people in here, to kind of, learn about the community and outreach. But I think too that, the respect needs to be paid to those that have that, institutional knowledge and that can come in here and talk about these things, provide your perspective and, so that we all learn, because like I said, I never stop learning. There's always something that I learn every day. And, I'd like to see those, individuals that are no longer on the board, bring them in and let them, meet with the new membership and, provide that history is, you can't change history. So we should be teaching it and, encompassing that as we go forward. So thank you.
And so we have Pam and then Rebecca.
I'm wondering whether to say this. I think the attitude of the facilitation team makes a difference for us. And we're happy to have a new person here who hopefully wanted to be here versus someone who would roll her eyes and not want to pursue the issues that we were interested in. And it's so discouraging. And I understand there's limited resources within the department, but I think back to the days when we had Jolynn, and she just exuded enthusiasm and really enjoyed working with us and was creative in terms of what we might get engaged with, I think to the detriment of her health. But she made things fun. And it's not been fun for a while. So looking forward to turning that around.
And now we have Rebecca.
Rob says, give them hell. I'm not sure why he said that. That's how we're all going to collaborate. So I think about this board. I've been on the board for a number of years, and I'm going into my 39th year on the Hanford side as a worker as well. So much like the work on the Hanford side, it changes over the years, and it's not the same place that it used to be. That's for sure. I never thought back then that I would say these are the good old days, but those were the good old days because now I just, things have changed so much. And, I like to see the progress and the cleanup and all that. And I like to see the progress and that this board has made also. And much like, the cleanup out there, this board has also changed. It's very much different, very different from I don't know, I think 22 years ago when I started on this board. So, like I want to echo what Pam said, because we used to have regional meetings and really that provided an opportunity for the members on the board as well as the leadership from the tri-parties. We really did collaborate because we were all stuck in the same hotel, and we would all, hey, there's a mall across the street, or we would go shop, when we weren't, meeting, or we would sit after the meetings, and it was almost like that open door policy with, say, if this was, 15 years ago and Brian Vance was the head of DOE, we'd sit on the couch, in some lounge and just have a conversation. Talk about, and get to know each other other than, once or, twice, 3 times a year sitting in front of everybody, giving a presentation and then, okay, thanks, bye. We actually knew who each other, the parties, who we were. And so that has changed tremendously. We don't really have that, I feel like, open door policy where you can go sit on a couch and just, BS, to talk about your family and really what's important to you. And so I do miss that. We used to do a lot of things that were a lot of fun, just even in the board meetings. We did a lot of things that were fun. I think today, that was a kind of a good start of trying to, get to know each other again. We do have some new members, and even the people that have been on the board for a while. I think I learned something today about a couple people that, that I've known for quite a while. So, and then again, last night, hopefully, we will do that in the future, but doing just everybody getting together last night and then doing the trivia. By the way, our team's name was, what was it? Have a blast. And we were first place. And so we got prizes. And so we are undefeated at this point. So I will, or Mia will, or whoever decides to take charge for the next board meeting. It's an open invitation for people to come and do that. It was a blast to do that. It's kind of nice. I live here and I don't get out much to do stuff like that. So it's too bad we have to depend on the people from out of town for us locals to have some fun. But so my role here on the board is I represent, the Hanford Atomic Metal Trades Council, which we have about 2,800, union workers on the site, who are actually in the trenches doing the work every day. And, they're my union brothers and sisters. I'm a worker as well, but, we owe a huge amount of gratitude to the workers. And a lot of times, I guess I'm a little disenchanted sometimes when we start talking about the cleanup and it's not getting done fast enough. And how come the workers are this or that? It's like, try being one, try being there, try getting to the site every day safely, try getting home every day safely, within a, 13-hour period of time, actually, because, with that traffic situation, that is, that just adds more and more and more time to people's, day. And hopefully in the future, some of that can be alleviated. I'm hoping. Probably, I don't know, within the rest of the time that I have left on the Hanford site. I don't know, but I hope so. I hope that we can make a difference there. And I hope that, I try to reiterate to members of HAMTAC that, what the board is doing and that the board does care and it cares about the safety of the workforce. And so anyway, I appreciate the work that's being done here. And I also appreciate, the fact that there are people on this board who do care about the workforce. And so, that place isn't going to get cleaned up without the workers. And so we got to keep that first and foremost, in our minds. So thank you.
And we have Michelle, another idea of how else can we encourage open collaboration within the HAB?
Sorry, this is more of just a good opportunity to extend a couple of compliments as well. First of all, with the COE committee, we have kind of the benefit of having some pretty dedicated staff that their work aligns with our work. It's what they do all the time. We don't have to go through a lot of the same kind of effort to get reports and updates in a lot of ways, because we got Marianne and Dana and Dana and Ryan, who are always there, just, giving us their regular updates all the time. And so we have a chance to kind of develop a more of a rapport and relationship with them, which is great. But I specifically want to call out Ryan. He has gone above and beyond in terms of our agency partners to be present, to engage with us inside and outside of meetings, and just be accessible and really be a part of the work that we're doing in a little bit different way. So I very much appreciate that, Ryan. And then also, I just want to give some kudos to Josh too, because I'm just going to say it. I have seen you over the last 3 years just kind of come out of your shell and own some confidence and and take control of this, wily bunch in the last several months in a great way. So you're doing a great job with that. And I just want you to know that we see it. So thank you.
Thank you. And we got about 5 minutes left. Maybe time for another couple ideas. Does anyone have any ideas they'd like to volunteer? All right.
I'll start one thing by saying, what didn't Brian say to us that we want to know more about? Anybody? Was there a topic that Brian didn't discuss on his updates? Nothing? Yeah, 324. Yeah, okay, 324. I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. 324 building. We wanted an update on that. Anything else? I mean, this is how we can collaborate by saying, oh, well, I didn't quite understand that, or I want to know more information about that. And then we can self-fill it in if we know, or we can put it down as a highlight to be brought up next time.
At least for me, I don't even know what I don't know. So what I can tell you is that when we get the report from quarterly meeting to quarterly meeting, for the most part, it's the same 6 or 8 fairly generic updates about the fairly generic topics that I don't feel like I get a level of information as a HAB member from some of the reports that I wouldn't get if I were sitting at a Rotary Club meeting or any other public, here's the party line of information so you know what's happening at the HAB. But I don't know that I wouldn't even begin to know how to ask for something deeper. I only know that we get what we get every time. So it's a little hard to say, what do I want to know? I'm not sure what I should know beyond, yes, we understand that there are budgetary constraints and we're concerned about traffic safety, but you've got, a 150-year-old water system that has to take priority and there's only so much money. Yes, we understand that that's the situation. You understand that we are still concerned about traffic. So how can we get beyond there's no money and there's other priorities to, can we do something else to help make progress on these other things? I think that's what I would love to hear more about.
I would like to make sure that we then schedule an extra 5 minutes after our presentations at the next tanks meeting to ask the question, what do we need to know?
So to respond to you, Robert, are we going through him or him? Because he's the one that asked the question to the group, right?
So quick time check. We have 3 minutes left on this item. Our queue has grown to, okay, it shrank. Never mind.
Well,
So I know
I don't understand protocol. If he asks a question directly to the group, we still have to go through. Are we responding to him or?
They were saying,
use your mic.
Okay. My mic control
Sorry.
person here is.
The red button isn't red enough. I can never tell if it's on or off.
Yeah. So I think one of the questions is kind of, we need to have him be a little more open and direct about the impact of the current administration's expectations from the Hanford site. Yes, he cannot give us exact numbers today, but I think a little more open discussion about what that is something we could really like to hear from him and those kind of impacts coming up.
I think that'll be taken into consideration for a future meeting. So we have Tom, Pam, and then Chris.
So one thing to follow the just thread of conversation, there isn't enough time in committee meetings. Their half days is not enough time to have the conversations and the round robins that we're looking for. And those committee meetings are the places to get more than the Rotary Club briefing. That is Brian Vance's message at full board meetings, I think is appropriate for the full board. He's not an SME on every topic we want to know about. He's here to give a general update. And I think that's why you go to committee meetings. As far as open collaboration, I feel like there used to be HAB tchotchkes and coffee cups and stress balls And if we had some kind of budget to do that again and to give out door prizes for people who show up, we might get more people coming and getting in the lottery to win a mug. That might be fun.
All right, Pam.
Donuts, that's good. So I just want to share with you guys that a presentation that's given to the HAB has to go through review in Washington, D.C., all the way to the Office of Management and Budget. So that's why your presentations are a little slimmer than they used to be, and why there's a lot of pictures and not as much text. And Dewey just has to do what the bosses tell him. So I think they might be inclined to share more, but it's a bureaucracy.
Final idea, Chris. How can we encourage more open collaboration within the HAB?
I think one of the things that would encourage more collaboration is even people who have worked at Hanford. If you work there for a long time, that doesn't mean you know everything about Hanford. You may know an awful lot about a little niche like that, or maybe a couple niches, depending on the length of your career and where you moved about. But as HAB members, we don't even know that much. And I think I'm going to point at Mia. On the IM team, originally on draft number 1, there was a project under waste management or under tank farms called WARM, WARM, and it's in the 5-year plan. And I put it in as a draft. And Mia was the one who said, "What is it? I've looked it up. I can't find it in the administrative record. There's no fact sheets. We've never had a briefing on it. We will, but we hadn't at that point." And she's the one who pointed out, how can I represent my constituency on something at WARM when I don't know what it is? And I think there's an awful lot of this. Even experienced members, we don't really know what some of these things are that DOE thinks is a priority or the tri-party agency thinks is a priority. We really don't quite know what they are. So it's hard to take part. It's hard to participate. It's hard to have a discussion when a large percentage of the room doesn't really know what we're talking about because we haven't been briefed on it. But I think one of the things maybe that we could do, and this might be an advice that we could give DOE, is if DOE is going to have a 5-year plan or talk about it, then maybe it would be good if we got a briefing before that 5-year plan was released, before we came out with our next priority advice, so that we have a better idea amongst ourselves whether this is something that's really important to us. We could have a conversation about it, and make better decisions and come up with better advices. But the fact is none of us in the room are knowledgeable about everything that goes on at site. Even if we've worked there for a long time, we may not be very knowledgeable about 75 or 80 or 90% of what goes on site. We may be extremely knowledgeable about 10%. So I think if as a board, we had a little bit more knowledge, I think we could get more participation, more collaboration, and wind up with better advices.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So the next item on the agenda would be revisiting subcommittee reports. Pam has offered to give the National Liaison report today. Are you ready to go with that? All right, you're up.
Thank you. I pulled information from DOE headquarters report that says the Environmental Management Program 2024 in review. And I'll just give you some tidbits from around the DOE complex. At the Savannah River site in South Carolina, they received authorization to operate the Saltstone Disposal Unit, SDU 9, and completed all major concrete placements for SDU 10. They also have tank waste, and they grout their tank waste. They do vitrify some of the high-level waste, but they've got a lot of grouted concrete waste on their site, which we are not going to have. At Oak Ridge, they completed soil remediation at the East Tennessee Technology Park. The Portsmouth Paducah Project Office finished deactivation of a process building at Portsmouth and removed an additional 1 million pounds of hazardous refrigerant from the Paducah site. The Idaho Cleanup Project continued naval reactor facility demolition of 2 historic and defueled naval reactor propulsion plants. Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, WIP, completed construction and began commissioning of the Safety Significant Confinement Ventilation System, which is expected to be operational in 2026. That's very important to future waste placement, to have that ventilation system up and operating. It's been many years for them to get that completed. Los Alamos Field Office retrieved and size reduced and repackaged 158 buried corrugated metal pipes containing cemented transuranic waste. The new administration, Chris Wright is the new Secretary of Energy. He's been confirmed. He is the founder and chief executive and chair of the board of Liberty Energy, a Denver-based energy development company specializing in fracking. He is a board member for Oklo, a Silicon Valley-based developer for small modular reactors. During his congressional hearing, he made many comments in support of nuclear energy and the cleanup mission. He acknowledged that much of the issues surrounding nuclear waste problem is not technical, but political. He vowed to work with Congress to find a solution, stating that a central part of the long-term disposal issue is going to be local buy-in. I mentioned this earlier. Senator Cantwell asked him if he will uphold the tri-party agreement and fight for the budget necessary to maintain the current timeline and cleanup process at Hanford. He responded, and the majority of our plutonium was produced there, not just for World War II, but for the post-war period and our arsenal today. Hanford gave up a lot to this country, and we left behind a mess that needs to be cleaned up. I was very encouraged by that. The DOE budget information received, oh, I added a sentence and I don't know what that means, so we'll just take that out. So then just a little bit on what's going on in the Senate with the budget. I received this a couple days ago. With the looming March 14th deadline on the continuing resolution extending the fiscal year 2024 funding, Congress is eager to put together a plan to push through the FY 2025 budget. House Republicans, in an effort led by Speaker Mike Johnson, aim to roll out the details of a large one-bill budget resolution last week, ahead of a scheduled committee markup this week. However, with House negotiations taking longer than expected, the Senate is stepping up to lead the charge on passing a budget. Senate Budget Chair Lindsey Graham, Republican from South Carolina, announced last Friday, February 7th, that his panel will meet Wednesday, that's today, right? February 12th and Thursday, February 13th, to debate and vote on his proposed budget resolution. This first bill will pave the way for passing a second bill focused exclusively on the border, defense, and energy. The bill would authorize $85.5 billion in its spending per year, fully offset by spending cuts. Items relevant to energy communities include the instructions to the Armed Services Committee to propose $150 billion in spending, and to the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee and Environment and Public Works Committees to each find a way to cut $1 billion over 10 years from programs they're responsible for. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we've reached the end of the agenda. Is there anything we need to cover before we adjourn today? Okay.
I think we're good. I think we've had a very positive meeting. And so you're going to take a quick break and then have your IM team?
A very, very brief IM team, but yes.
Okay.
Okay, so one thing I'd like to check on for that. It was initially scheduled for 3:30. We have almost every member in the room with us, except for Simone. Simone, are you still available?
I am. I'm online. Sorry for not being there. I have the flu today.
I just want to check if we start that at say 3:15, would you be available?
Yep.
Perfect. All right. Anyone interested in joining it?
Rebecca?
Oh, sorry, Rebecca, go ahead.
Yeah, so just a reminder, after the brief IM team, Richard and myself and whoever else is interested, we're just going to go over, he has kind of a rough draft of the traffic safety advice. So just a reminder, don't skedaddle out until you, maybe if you want to take a look at it, we appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay. With that, we're about ready to adjourn. If you're interested in joining in either of these IM team activities after the meeting, we will be in this room at 3:15 or on a different Teams meeting. And with that, Jen, would you like to close us out?
I don't know if there's an official way to close this out, but I have appreciated being here and hearing from all of you. I'm excited to learn more, and I'll see you all back tomorrow. Thank you. Kelly, anything from you? Okay.
I just appreciate all of the hospitality, and I have enjoyed being your surrogate DDFO while one was being placed in the position. And so just thank you for everybody who's tolerated a lot of my questions and make sure I understood how y'all operate. I hope that I am not a stranger to y'all, and I'll be coming back soon because I do enjoy meeting everybody and really hearing directly from you. And so just thank you for everything that you do. I truly believe in the advisory board. I've been part of this program since 2001, and I believe the importance of stakeholder interaction. And so if you do need something, please reach out to me, and Jennifer and I can help you get what you need. So thank you.
Okay. With that, we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Lorraine Contreras, Yakima Nation.
Alfonso Contreras, Heart of America Northwest.
Rob Parmalee, representing non-union, non-management employees.
Brian Ivy, Public at Large.
Larry Brand, Public at Large.
Susan Coleman, Public at Large.
Jesus Mota, Columbia Basin College.
Rob Davis, City of Pasco.
Rebecca Holland, Hamtac.
Chris Sutton, Local Environmental Interest.
All right. And we have several participants online today. I will give you an opportunity to open your microphone and introduce yourself. I'll go down the list as I see them, starting with Aaron Siefkin.
Aaron Siefkin, Building Trades.
All right. Anna Grisel.
Ana Grisel Alvarez, Department of Ecology.
Charles DePresti. Chuck Torelli.
Chuck Torelli, City of Kennewick.
Dan Solitz.
Dan Solitz, member of the public.
Colleen.
Hi, Colleen Drinkard with Hanford Mission Integration Solutions.
Aaron. Gabe.
Gabe Bonnie, Nez Tribe.
Matt Hendrickson.
Matt Hendrickson, Oregon Department of Energy.
Jim Altimer. Kermit.
A Kermit Man Killer, Nez Tribe.
Christy. Jane.
Jane LePage, Department of Health.
Matthew Campbell.
Matthew Campbell, CTUIR alternate.
Dana.
Dana McFadden, Department of Ecology.
Mia.
Hello, everyone. Mia Burke, Hanford Challenge.
Steve.
Steve Needles, Department of Ecology.
Megan.
Megan Perkins, Department of Health.
We have Tom Rogers online. We also have Tom Cecilia.
Good morning, Tom Cecilia, Oregon Department of Energy. Tom Rogers' mic is broken.
Yep. And then we have Simone.
Simone Anter, Columbia River Keeper alternate.
Amber. And finally, Sarah.
Sarah Williams, Department of Ecology.
Sorry about that. Amber Waldrop, Heart of America Northwest.
Thank you. That is everyone. So with that, I think we are ready to move on to our first presentation. We have Mr. Brett Simpson with us.
Good morning. I'm Brett Simpson. I'm a technical program advisor at P&L. I've worked at Hanford doing research and analysis on soil, groundwater, and tank farm issues for, heavens, nearly 30 years now. I am the Phoenix operations lead for the tools that I'll be demonstrating briefly today. What I will say is that Phoenix is a very full-featured suite of capabilities, and there is a lot to go through. This is a cook's tour of some of the things that you might find useful or interesting about the capabilities here. Now let me share my screen. So this is the landing page, the home page for Phoenix, and there is a lot going on here. We have some legacy labeling that we're working to resolve now that the ORP and RL houses are now the Hanford Field Office, and that's going to be part of our upcoming maintenance. But one of the more important things is there are a lot of technical terminology that is part of the Hanford information that you'll see in some of these applications. And where you can find some interesting stuff about how and where to understand some of those terms are either in the user's guide here in the what we call the hamburger menu. You can access a user's guide, and it will take you through a variety of further instructions. So if you ever get lost or you're ever wondering what's going on, the user's guide will be there for you to access and get oriented. The other feature here that's also very, very useful is the terminology section. So if you have a question about a particular term that's being used either in the application or in the numerous citations that you'll find documented, the glossary gives you a really good overview, and it's approachable and brief, and it's always there in the top left corner. Next. On the site itself, we have the two groups of applications, tank farm centric and soil and groundwater centric. And then we also have some other external links that are often useful if you decide that there's something more interesting or if there's a citation or a reference that you want to pursue. So the OpenNet, the administrative record, OSTI are all there. And one of the things that we did a quick maintenance is a quick button to get you to the Hanford site if you want to access the Hanford Field Office consolidated site. didn't want to do that, but I'll log back in. Back to the gallery. And when you navigate to the gallery for the first time, you'll get a pop-up that gives you a quick briefing about Phoenix. So the first application we'll explore is GIS Explorer. It is kind of the gateway to a lot of the other apps and the access to information that you would like to see. And I'll go here where I have a actually, let me go through a different. I have some stuff set up just in case I got lost. But it will be easier if I also have a different way of going here so that you can see the steps.
Do you make that full screen at all?
That's as full as I can get it using Teams, unfortunately. That's what I got. There we go. So this is what you'll see. And again, I'm using a different browser just to show you how to get there from what I was doing and where I was going. And now I will minimize that, go back to what I had going on. And so here is a pre-configured screen where I have zoomed to the 100D area and it's deciding to, my well-laid plan has, so first thing is one of the more interesting features is you can see for yourself the different kinds of progress over time at a particular location. So let me get this is called the swipe feature. I do not want the topological map. I want these two things. And so as I slide this bar, this is what 100D looked like in 1996. And by selecting the 2017 aerial photography, and you have to watch it. It will sometimes. So as I draw, so I'll call your attention to the reactor buildings because they had a lot of stuff, outbuildings, that sort of thing. Do not want the LiDAR. And this is the danger, and I set it of a live software demonstration. But as you move across the screen, you can see that in that 11-year interval, all of the work that was done in removing sites and infrastructure. And so I don't know that we have more recent information, more recent aerial information, but having driven up there, I gave it to her not too long ago. It looks like this. There's almost nothing left along the river shore. Another thing that can be seen here, and I'll turn off imagery, and I'll go and show the waste sites. So here is a diagram of the waste sites. You can see there were a lot of them. Facilities. There are very few anymore. And some of the wells and sampling. And as I was noting with people earlier, there are a lot of holes punched into the various locations at the Hanford site. And in fact, if I went and started from GIS Explorer from the get-go, this would be what you see at first. And if you look at wells and borings, no shortage of wells and borings that have happened at the Hanford site. And if you are interested in any particular one of them, there's a legend that color codes them to the various uses that they have. Now I'll go back and zoom to my Hanford area and move along to the Groundwater Well Explorer. And here I picked the, I won't say a random well, but one that had some interesting data. So 199 D543. And I was talking with Chris earlier today, there are several hundred, maybe even thousands of wells with different names out there. It helps if you know which well that you're wanting to look at. Otherwise, you'll be playing Battleship for a while because there's just so many ways to look at the data. But if you come back to GIS Explorer, you can see that they're labeled. So if you go from here and then move to here, you can enter that name. And then as you enter what's going on here, you can get charting of different contaminants that are being measured over time in that well. And you can see that from sometime in the 1990s through the contemporary period, things have diminished. Now you can select more charts, but these other charts really didn't have any specific information that was useful for this demonstration. But there is a select number of charts available, and by looking at it this way, you can see the trend over time. And if you're truly interested, and again, Chris, this is for you, you can download the data for yourself to get at it. In this case, the values that are being compared against, so there are environmental thresholds or regulatory thresholds that are in here. And typically there's a threshold value. Now there's a parallel application, the Well Comparison Explorer, where I have some data from 195 D12. And now I want to add (199 D5 43). Make sure, yeah, that's the one that I wanted. So there it is. One well with 3 contaminants. But then I want some other wells. And again, I know I'm going kind of fast here, but there's only so I have to go fast. And we do offer, if you want to contact me and have some one-on-one time to go through Phoenix, at the end of the presentation, I have my name and email address. So that gives me those 3 contaminants. And I'll move along here since it's not behaving the way that I wanted. I'll come back to groundwater explorer and go now to the plume animator. And plume animator, that's right there. Teams thinks it's helping me by giving me the controls right on top of my browser tabs, and that's not helping. So again, I'm here, and when you come to this application, you can select your different groundwater interest area. I'm going to select 100 KR because for hexavalent chromium, the plume animation is interesting, and you'll get this this map with the plumes rendered. Now, what it does is that it starts from the most recent information. What I want to show you is progression over time. And so I start when the plumes were initially plotted in 1993. I'm going to give it a 2-second lag so that you can see and catch up with what's going on the screen. You can see the different characteristics of the hexavalent chromium plume, and then just press play. So you can observe as time goes on, the plumes are changing in shape and extent. The blue is where it is between 20 and 48 micrograms per liter. The orange was where it was between 48 and 480, and the pale yellow was where it was really darn high. So the key here shows, and I can go back and start here. This was the extent of the plume and the range of concentration in 1993. Where now if you skip down to here, you can see that the plumes are now smaller, isolated, broken up.
So what about the depth, the width of this? We're looking at this projection in one plane. How deep does it go and how high does it go?
That would be a question for a different set of tools, but this gives you the aerial extent of the plume, not how it's moving, not the depth through the aquifer. That would take. There are some analytical tools that CPCCO and TNNL use, but they're not part of Phoenix.
So then, I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, that's okay.
So then,
this is your meeting.
Do we have an idea of the total amount in that volume of contaminants? We have that idea in some other program somewhere.
I believe that there are, but I also know that they are very large ranges because of the way that we can interrogate the subsurface. We're getting pinholes in a very, very large stack, and we hope for, or we can assume kind of continuity of concentration, but we also know that's not necessarily good. That's not a good assumption either. So it is one of the things that I would say can be vexing, because you don't know just how long you got to keep going to make progress or measure progress. It's difficult, but there are other tools and other programs that have that information.
Hey, Brett?
Yes.
Got a question too. For this particular one here that you're showing, how deep are the wells?
They vary. And most of them, again, if you go back to, let's see, that's a good segue into maybe the sampling site dashboard. I'll start there. And this is, you come here and you'll get something that looks like this. And for some of the wells, or at least where you can get samples, there is information about depths of the wells, but not for all of the wells. And so this will give you, for instance, I selected 100D100, and this is for soil. And I'll go through this really quickly, and then I'll switch over to groundwater, because I believe the header data will give you a notion of the depth of the well that is being selected. But for instance, 100D100, if you see within that particular area or region, there are 660 different soil sites. So you can go down here and start picking different locations that have different times that they were sampled, slightly different locations, different characterization information. And again, you can come over here and download a CSV for data. Yes, Chris?
Will the tool allow you to draw stratigraphic cross sections so you can see where the top water table is?
There is a tool out there that we are developing that does that, but Phoenix is not that tool. No, the 3D stratigraphic is that's a different tool that P&L is helping CPCCO with, but Phoenix is very much a self-service data access tool, not an analytical tool. So Phoenix does just about no calculations. It is merely to provide visualization and data access using maps, graphs, and charts, tables. Some of the more rigorous analytical kinds of things that you want to do, this is not that tool. Let me go to this is just soil. I would have to. I'll go off script for you, Bob. But if you are interested in a particular well and you select the well dashboard, you can get its location, you can get its drill depth, you can get its latest information, you'll get a little trend line, and a lot of metadata or contextual data regarding that particular well. Was this closer to what you were looking for?
Well, no, not really. I was kind of going back to what Rob Davis brought up, and that's I guess, more of a 3D plume. But in a previous graphic that showed the plume, is that taking data from all of the wells in that area?
This is the plume information is it comes from the annual groundwater report, which is a modeled. It provides the modeled plume characteristic from data that was gathered in that year, and so there are folks that run this through data through their model to identify the contours and the concentration gradients, and that gives this the information that's being rendered.
Okay, so that almost gives you a somewhat of a 3D model if it's using all of that data So all that data is taken together and then put here to show you some of
Right,
a
but it,
simulated graphic. I
it's,
guess.
yes, but again, it's the flatland problem where you're taking the slice of the
Sure.
3D rendering and doing your best to give an informative picture.
Okay, thanks.
So as we go, they have things like it, but Phoenix, Hanford's so big and has so many more features that go along with the data. I know that there are legacy management applications that are similar in character to Phoenix, but I don't know of anything quite like Phoenix. Let's see. Yes. Sure.
We've talked a lot here about 324.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say I know nothing about 324, nothing about groundwater. What would be the first thing I would do, Phoenix, find out, say, if strontium 90 is leaking groundwater around 324? What would be the first of all these things I would access, and the second, so on and so forth?
If and I'll have to see, we'll check it out and see if we've got the if there's recent data in here, because data always lags.
Or any other place. What
Sure.
would be the first thing as a new user would do?
So
Data from a well, even to find out what the well is around given location.
So what I would do is I would go to Hanford area, 300. I'll zoom in a little. Yep, going into GIS Explorer. And then I would say, get my layers. Wells and borings. Now what I would have to, now here's the thing that I don't know off the top of my head is the wells that would be closest to 324. And I'd have to know something. But let's see. I would go, then I would say, okay, I would find the wells that I thought might have sampling data that was useful. I would go to the Well Contaminant Explorer and actually with the Groundwater Well Explorer. Let me just try one and I'll see if I get lucky. This is okay, 899-4-8. Okay.
So a quick note for those online. The question was, if you were looking as a new user to find out about the 324 building, what would you do? As a reminder to board members, about half the board members attending are online at the moment, so you'll need to use your mics to make sure they're getting this context.
First of all, and again, my live software demos and interactivity with the okay, let me, oh, I don't need to go that big. I even am passingly familiar with this application. Let me get down here. And the trackpad is not the most efficient way of doing this, but no. Oh, but that's not bad. Hmm. Okay. Now let's see if it gives me. There we go. The no, I appreciate it, but I think I'm kind of committed at this point. So there's that. So what Phoenix is telling me right now is 899-4-8 does not have any data that is accessible to it. That doesn't mean that it's not there. It's just that it maybe hasn't been synced to our site. I mean, there's a lot of different ways. I'll try well compare. Actually,
You can just click on a well.
we're working on that. We're working on being able to click on a well and just having it immediately render. As I was telling Ben earlier, I'm dealing with some mid 2010s architecture and information and design, and we're looking to bring this application into the modern era. So we're dealing with things that at the time were what was desired, and now we're working on giving people more accessibility and scale. 99. It didn't take. And I see the 899 is so new that we don't have that as a well prefix. So I would have to pick something like a 699. Oh, 399. So, okay, 699. I'll look at a 699. It's, oh. Wells and boring. I will have to table that and look for something else because I do want to get to a couple of the last applications. So,
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
let's
don't want to
hold.
take up any more time on this. I just, for new people, I just kind of,
and I will look into where the 899 wells are because that might just be a maintenance issue where we need to add those that are new that have these new prefixes because I personally had not seen an 899 prefix myself.
So as a reminder, we do have a hard stop for public comment at 10:15. So let's make sure we hold questions until after the regulatory perspectives from this point.
So we'll come here and come up to what were the ORP and now just going to be tank farms based applications. And we will move to the tank farms dashboard, but this gives a really brief overview of the status and some of the associated metrics with the single and double shell tanks, and things that are often requested are understanding the assumed leakers and the progress of tank retrieval. And each of these tank farm labels is a hyperlink, and it leads to specific information. And for instance, where is it? So now you get more specific metrics about tank and its composition. I mean, nominal composition about the kinds of waste you might find in there, whether or not the tank is sound, available space. Computers like to have things that are consistent. So for single shell tanks, there is no available space. It's just that that's for when the double shell tanks are being used and are in operation. We have a nominal volume of the waste stored, the kinds of waste in the tank, and the surveillance. And we can go to a tank here that I'm familiar with, S107. And so you can get even more specific kinds of information about this tank over in S Farm. Here, there's a way that you can look at kind of a brief spark line of the behavior of the surface level, the composition of the waste phases, whether or not when tank retrieval is planned for this tank, what kinds of technologies they would be using and the kinds of issues they might encounter. And then a summary and a select list of different analytes that are interesting for different technical reasons, whether they represent groundwater risk, retrieval and processing risks, and disposition. And then the species inventory can be viewed within the distribution of all of the tanks in the tank farm. So this tank has a wide range of behavior as far as what kinds of things are in it.
Does it tell you the date of the analysis?
In this case, no, you would want to go to Twins, which is a different database that is the authoritative. We get our information from Twins, but if there is ever a question or if we have a data discrepancy, Twins is the answer. And we talk to the folks at tank farms to make sure that if we have something that is not aligned, we get it aligned.
So reminder, we're holding questions until after regulatory perspectives. If you'd like to be in queue, you can raise your table dent.
Let's see. Then we'll go to the waste tank summary report. So the waste tank summary report is it's a publication that Tank Farms puts out every month, and it's usually a month to a month and a half in arrears because it takes a lot of data. They compose it, analyze it, structure it so that it is their report about the condition and the inventory of the tanks and how they have changed over time, so month by month. Now, what we've got here is that we have these reports going back in time. And so you can see that the report here is responsive to, as I'm moving things in time, you can see that the infographics, if you're sharp-eyed, you can see that they evolve. And because there are retrieval activities going on, the wastes in the DSTs, the waste in the SSTs are going down, waste in the DSTs are going up. You can see kind of the change that happens over time, month to month. I know that month to month isn't all that exciting. One of the things we are toying with is giving the ability to see potentially year over year, because that would be a little more meaningful. But then the retrieval where activities are currently in process versus where they've been completed, and the completed retrievals, you can see that the documentation that provides assurance of completion is part of the record here. And then again, another feature that is interesting is where there are leaks, where there are active leaks, sound leaks, assumed leaks, and where, because the tanks are old, and it rains and snows, there's water that can get into the tanks. And so sometimes there's a creep up in a tank level, and that's usually, we can attribute that to just water getting into the tank. So here, as you move through the waste tank summary report, there are each of the tanks with their phases. And because we are in a space where tanks have been or are being retrieved, these can change. And so if there's something that isn't quite aligned, or we know that there's an activity in process or has been completed, we put a gray box over it to make sure to call attention to the fact that, wait a minute, the charts with the light gray border have been or are being retrieved. And we've got all 177 here. Same with West area, but there's not going to be, well, there's a couple gray boxes over here. Now, the waste tank summary report has its own glossary. Because the glossary in the menu is kind of more strategic and wide-ranging for Hanford technical topics. This glossary is specific for this report. And then again, the references provide, if you're composing a document or if you want to see something that verifies the behavior or the retrieval activity or condition of a tank, we make sure that it's there. And I think that gives me, we started a little early, so might be on time, Jennifer. I'm going, I thought I filled it just about right, but we started early, so we got time.
We're good. So I'd like to give each of the agencies a chance to provide perspective. Do we have anything to?
Nothing specific for me. Just thank you, Brett, for being here and providing that tutorial. I know that he did mention that he could give his name and email if there are some tutorials that you want after this. So thank you again, Brett.
Yeah, it's on the back end, the last of the slides, if you've got the slide deck.
For those online, that has been entered into the Teams chat. Next up, we have ecology.
Yeah, Brett, thank you. Thank you to PNNL and you for coming this morning and sharing this. If any of the board members have any questions about how ecology will use this tool, please let me know, and we can take those questions back to the office and get you a response. Thank you.
And then EPA.
Hi, thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, Brett, for the presentation. As you all saw, that Phoenix is a very powerful tool and contains a lot of information. We appreciate the presentation. So, thank you.
And then the board questions. We have currently have a queue of 3. It consists of Chuck, Mia, and Rob Davis. Chuck, what was your question?
2 quick questions. What is the advantage of actually logging in and setting up an account? Does that make any difference? Second question is, does public have access to twins?
So the advantage for setting up an account and a login is if you have a particular set of data or something that you are watching, if you, let's see, I'll log in because I was doing it. And so over here, you can set up profiles that will, you can set up workflows that give you the different, if you want to do something over and over and want to be notified as data comes in, you can create an alert. And then if you're updating a data set, for instance, you will automatically go back to and have access to the next or newest thing that was added to Phoenix that was relevant to your query.
Thank you.
And your second, okay, and the second question, twins.
Public access to twins, yeah.
I believe twins is accessible to the public. I mean, I can see if I can check that right now. Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so while he explores that, we're gonna give Mia a chance to ask a question.
Mine is related to when you were showing the specific tank. I think it was S107, and there were different ranks in the columns. What do the rankings mean?
The rankings are how that tank's inventory of that particular analyte is with respect to the entire 177 tanks. So there's, let's say in S107, I can go back there. So the overall rank for S107, for instance, for plutonium-239 total places it in like overall rank number 6. So that would be a particularly interesting tank for someone that was worried about plutonium.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, the dot plot here shows the range of support from, lowest to highest. And you can see here where the red cross is, there's only 6 tanks here higher than that particular tank.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And Rob Davis, what was your question?
I have a lot, a lot of questions. So several things that we've done in the past, and I want to know if they're reflected within the Phoenix system. One is, we've talked a lot about lenses in the Vado zone and the lensing of contaminants. Do you show any of that activity in the Phoenix?
Oh, and I've been in some of those discussions in my previous life working in groundwater on the different geological lenses, and Phoenix does not have the 3D profile or stratigraphics of the plateau. That is beyond what this tool was intended to provide. That's again,
right.
I could talk to my sponsor, say, hey, we got some interest here, but that would be a significant feature, or it would involve potentially providing access through Phoenix to another tool. And we have had some long range discussions about what is the life cycle of this tool? What do we need to keep it relevant and moving forward?
So then, do we have the depth of the well that the analysis was taken from?
Oh, do we have the depths of the wells?
The sampling wells.
Yes. And that would be in the, let me go back to the homepage and actually get to the wells dashboard. And I will share my screen again because I didn't want people watching me fumble around while trying to access Twins, which right now I do not have that. I do not have that URL saved. But for instance, if I wanted to pick my, and again, Teams trying to be helpful when it's not, and Ben can watch me over here move very fast through a live software demo. There we go. Check my contaminants. So yes, one of the things is you have to fill out all of the boxes. You can't leave blank boxes, otherwise your application will not like you. And then you'll yell at it until you figure out that you've been doing something wrong. Okay, now I can say okay. So in this case, you have the drilled depth for this well at 91 feet. Now, what I couldn't necessarily tell you is where this was, but the screen depth, but we're going to make the assumption that within that column of groundwater that the hexavalent chromium result is homogeneous. So the drill depth is 91, the depth to water, okay, there it is. So 83, call it nominally 83.5 feet. So you're getting 7.5 feet of groundwater as far as being able to take that sample. What's the pool in which you're extracting it?
Okay. Then another couple questions. One is that we've gone to great lengths to put barriers on top of the tank farms.
Yes.
Have we seen that effect in your analyses?
That's very new. I don't know that we have set up an experiment that would have a before and after treatment.
Okay.
Although that's probably a legitimate thing to ask.
Yeah, we've had one of the barriers in for many years, so, and we're actually replacing it now. The second thing I wanted to ask was in the flushing operation for the pump and treat. You know, that's a big thing. We spent a lot of money there. We're getting a lot of returns. What, millions of gallons? I think millions of gallons have been pumped out of there. 2 million a year, I think the number was. Have you experienced anything with that? Have you seen the effects of that? I'm trying to see how I could possibly use this to better understand where they're going, where the contaminants are going. You know, a long time ago, we had a presentation on Phoenix and they showed the tritium plumes going out. And then there were some statements made that because the half-life is 11 years of the tritium and the travel path is more like 22 years, that most of the tritium would be decayed out before it got to the river. And so, you know, I'm looking to say, okay, well, can I look at that using Phoenix?
I guess we're going to move into something off script, but it is part of the accessible. This is part of Phoenix, which is the groundwater remediation application, where at least here you can look at the different pump and treat performances over time.
Okay.
And I guess this would be the first place that I would go to answer your question about pump and treat. So here's over in the area.
Yeah.
And you can see that the concentrations for chromium 6 were awfully high, but as the pump and treat and the soil flushing, the extraction was going on in the monitoring in the sampling wells, it's being diminished.
What's your horizontal axis?
Time.
Time. Okay.
So
yeah,
from
it's really hard to see the fine print and everything. I wish I
Yeah.
had my computer here and I
Yeah.
could look at it like that.
But in this case, to address your question directly, I would go to this application, which is the groundwater remediation application.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Brent.
Larry, did you still have a question?
I did see Larry's sign sideways there for a moment.
Well, part of the question was related to twins, whether it was accessible to us and whether actually the database was functional and whether we could use it. The other question I had was what's the target user group for Phoenix? Is it meant for technology or is it meant for the public or exactly
Phoenix-
what's the target there?
I would say Phoenix is for the technically curious public. It is self-service analytical tools, self-service analytics data. We have maps, we have charts, we have graphs. We have the ability to capture and download data so that someone, if they were inclined, could some calculations on their own. As you can see, again, some of the controls are vintage mid 2010s, so it can be a little bit of a learning curve because it's not straightforward to get to certain things, but you can get to them. But it's for the technically curious and interested public. That was its goal, was to provide transparency and the ability to answer some of the questions over here. Not completely, and if you are more than just technically curious, but you're technically proficient, Phoenix is probably an appetizer and not the main course.
Okay, I see. So a follow-up question, maybe to Jennifer or to you, how do we find more information about twins? We're all pretty curious, I think. And is it accessible? Is it just nothing but databases, or is there some form of analytics involved in it?
I would have to take that back and find out. Brett, do you know who hosts that site?
That's Tank Farms.
Okay.
So going to be H2C in a week or
Right.
so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will jot that down. Thank you.
Good presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like that overlaps with Chuck's question. We'll be sure to get back to you as well on the twins matter.
So Pam and Chris have a couple questions over here.
As a Benton County representative on the HAB, there's a couple areas of significant interest. Obviously, the 300 area, and given the leak under 324. And I've walked that area with experts, and I've seen where the wells are. And the DOE seems to be monitoring those wells down gradient that we asked about. But I would encourage you to really beef up your information. And the end area is strontium still getting to the river, and I don't think that it is, but that would be an issue of concern to the people in the region and the tribes. Thank you.
Okay, at least to address your question on N area, NR2, the appetite barrier, from the groundwater. I do not want that one. So at least it looks like there are still samples with we're detecting strontium.
They are detecting?
It's from what I can see here. And this is from the fourth quarter of 2024.
Okay. Chris, do you have a question?
What's the process for updating Phoenix and who's responsible for it?
Process for updating Phoenix?
Yeah, say for the wells and tank farm data.
We are the recipients of data coming from the plateau remediation contractor and from the tank farms contractor. So we work with them to make sure that our data feeds are comprehensive and clean, but we only can provide data that has been cleared and has moved through their channels to be provided. So we provide access in, I think, again, for the technically curious but not technically proficient person. Some of these other questions and some of these other analytical explorations that someone would want, that would be focused more to the contractors or to the department. But as far as, you know, the infrastructure of Phoenix, well, you're looking at him. I'm the guy that's in charge of trying to keep the site functional, secure, and purposeful.
You have a single point of contact in St. Clair area, single point of contact.
Yes.
Responsible for getting data.
Yes. Well, actually, that I would call it, there's probably three, because there's the two folks that are the contractors for that scope, but then it's our friends at HMIS that actually administer the IT infrastructure. So we have a balancing act between the contractors, that we make sure that we observe their processes and respect their prerogatives.
That question was on the points of contact. We have time for another question. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to pose one? It's like Richard. Go ahead.
Being familiar with the on-site version of this, I noticed in the dashboard, one of the things I used to look at more than anything else was the air monitoring stuff. There's no air monitoring. There is a WIDS waste identification module, but they've never sent the air monitoring information over.
In my experience with Phoenix, I don't know that we have air monitoring as was part of it.
One of the feeds. Okay.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been Phoenix.
Okay, maybe one more question before our 10:15 public comment check. Anyone in the room? Is there anyone online?
Joshua, follow up.
I would have to defer to CPCCO on that one.
That question was on total number of wells. Chuck, did you have another question?
Yeah, just a comment. I was going through trying to figure out how do you access Twins. It looks like you have to have access to HLAN to get to Twins. So it does not appear to be a publicly accessible database. I could be wrong in that, but I'm just skimming through the tri-party agreement as far as databases and access.
Thank you. Jen is going to confirm that for us, and we'll get back to you and Larry. All right. And with that, we have reached 10:15 on the dot. We do not have any public comment signups in the room. However, I do want to check, is there anybody that did not sign up that would like to provide it? And raise your hand or step up to the microphone. Looks like the answer is no. Is there anybody online that would like to provide public comment? You can enter a comment into Teams chat or raise your hand. That also looks like a no. All right. Well, thank you very much for spending your morning with us, Brett.
No problem. Glad to be here and be helpful.
Mm-hmm. And so Susan has stepped out of the room. We have one item left to tackle, and that is board business. So my recommendation would be that we take a break until 10:30. Since no one's in the room to confirm that. Mia, does that sound like a good plan to you?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
All right, thank you, everyone. We'll reconvene at 10:30. All right, we're ready to get started on board business. It should be quick, and we can all get out of here in time to flee from the weather. All right, Susan, what action items are we tracking right now?
Okay, I'm going to punt to Lorene. I'm going to put her on the spot for maybe a bit, and Simone and Matthew.
There's two items that came out of the December 2023 meeting. Actually, the December 2023 meeting and the August, I think, 23 meeting. Two actions were, one was the tribal briefing, that there was an agreement between the agencies, the board, and the tribes that you would hold a tribal briefing for all board members, especially the all new board members. So I'm kind of, where are we with it? And like I said, I'm throwing this not just to Lorraine, who happens to be in the room and within my eyesight, but the other three organizations.
Good question. I don't know. But definitely, I think going forward, if there are to be any tribal briefings, we could, get together for, to have something prepared for the next meeting and, definitely work with you on that to get that planned.
Okay, thank you. Because that was part of an agreement to approve, I think, the committee descriptions a couple of years ago or something. And so that we would honor your request.
Okay, yeah.
So,
definitely.
but it was in your lap to develop it.
Okay, yeah.
As far as
Nothing's been
the
developed as
collective
far as I know yet,
collective
but then too, this is my first meeting in over a year. So,
That's what I said.
but yeah, we'll follow up and have something ready.
That would be great. Like I said,
Okay.
that's the collective you as far as all three tribal organizations, tribal seats. The other piece is the land acknowledgement statement. That was a request from your seat back in August, I think of 24 maybe, or 23.
Correct. Yeah, I have followed up with, sharing the request at all levels of, within DOE. And last conversation I had with DOE Richland was that they were getting some considerations together, and I did send them some information, shared information with them, and that was with Karen. But I know that they've had some turnover.
I'm trying to listen to my.
Who's that?
I think it was an accident. We're good to go.
Okay, yeah. So there is something that has been submitted, and I haven't heard back from anyone on that, but more than happy to share it with whomever. Because years and years ago, when I first made the request, I did share it with, and I forget his name. He was one that was keeping up to HAB calendar.
Gary?
There you go. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Like I said, I don't want to lose.
No, I'll definitely share something.
Since those-
I can send
both
I
of
can
those
forward
items
something
were
to you
important.
as well. So,
Okay.
okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Let's see here. What else do we have? Those were the two big ones I have. All right, I'm going to throw in a reminder. Last year, we pushed the board leadership elections to expire September 30th of this year. So that means we will have to have board leadership elections either in the May meeting or the August meeting for the board chair, vice chair, and national liaison. So I need to put that on everybody's screen. Also, I am in my last term of the 6-year period. So I am not going to be running for chair because I won't be able to serve the full 2 years. So we'll be looking for someone that is, ones that are interested in being the chair, vice chair, or national liaison. Go for it, Pam.
I am also ending my service on the board this year. And Al Therapy, who's standing up right there, is going to be the new prime seat person for Benton County. So I'm leaving you a person of great depth and knowledge. So someone needs to think about being the national liaison, and I'm happy to talk to anybody that's interested about how you might approach that. Thanks.
So expect some information coming out of Josh as far as the election process. hope, we can do it in May if we get people interested. We have to do it by August. So that way the new leadership individuals can start on 1 October.
Sorry, what about Mia? When's her?
She's the same as me because Pam, Mia, and I are all on the same
Okay.
cycle. So Mia has said, Mia, am I okay to say, she has said she's willing to continue on as vice unless she's changed her mind.
So
You're
she's
correct.
not limiting out.
No, she's
That's
not
what I was asking.
Not term limited, no. Jump in, Mia.
No, I think I have maybe 3 years left. I can't, I always lose track, but I have some time. So I was planning on running for vice chair again.
So, like I said, expect some information coming out from Josh as far as, expressing your desire to serve.
And that was everything I was tracking for the business as well. So, go ahead, Rob.
Well, one thing I would like to say though is Pam, thank you so much for your informative briefings and your national liaison activity. We've never had anybody like you, and I just hope that we get a lot of the same information. Thank you so much.
So, a couple items. Thinking towards the future, our next meetings that we're anticipating are on March 5th. We'll be having a LIDS meeting. I believe it starts at 10:15 a.m. and a CAR meeting that afternoon at 1 p.m. In relation to March, there are a couple deadlines we might want to think about. Looking towards April and May meetings, we're anticipating that we're going to want travel requests in relatively early. Do we have a set deadline for those?
I was on my travel budget folks were going to get back to me in the next week or two. They said to then put the request out to have members to get your travel in quickly. So I will make sure I've got a deadline when that message goes out to you all, but just make sure that you're thinking about that and getting your travel requests in a timely manner. So thank you.
Okay. We are also looking at a much longer lead time on agendas. So if there's anything that needs to come forth to the May meeting, such as a travel briefing, we're going to want to have that confirmed by the end of March as well. Following into April, we're anticipating a co-meeting and a twist meeting on either April 8th or 9th, preferring the 9th, as we dedicated space for that. And then our next board meeting will be on May 7th and 8th.
Jennifer, can I put you on the spot?
Sure.
What's going on with the Hanford News or the HAB News weekly update that hasn't, I understand from direction from headquarters, we haven't seen it for the last couple of weeks.
Sure. So just following the guidance that we've been given, and we've just been told to put that on hold for now. Not saying it's going away, but right now it is on hold. So Josh has just been sending emails out to have members to get pertinent information out to you all. So more to come. Yes. Based on the guidance from headquarters, that's what we are following right now.
What, can you more describe the extent of what we're going to be without? Here all this time, I thought my computer skills were lacking, and I can't find that Thursday letter. Where is it at? I deleted it somehow. I just going crazy.
You thought it just went to junk mail, huh?
Yeah, now I find out nobody sent one out.
Yeah, I don't have any additional information other than the guidance that we've been given right now. So thank you.
Are you talking about the HAB events at a glance, or what do you?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I call it the weekly update.
Right.
The thing that comes out late Thursday afternoon
Right.
from Josh.
Do you call it Hab Happenings now?
Oh,
Yes.
I don't remember. That's how
I don't know.
often
I've been here so long. It's been called so many
just read
things.
it.
I'm like,
But it's always
Yeah.
got the phone number to click on for your Teams meeting.
Yes, and so now that information has been always in the agenda as well, and Josh has been sending that stuff out via email.
So if we don't get permission to continue sending out our Thursday updates, items like this travel deadline will just go directly as an email. If we need to start taking nominations for HAB leadership and we don't have that going, we'll spread that information directly to HAB members by email. And as soon as we can, we're going to reconvene these Thursday updates.
Go ahead, Becky.
so I guess I don't understand the difference then. If you're still sending an email with what's going on, tell me what the issue is.
So the difference there is the HAB Happenings is going out to interested parties as well. So it's kind of like a public newsletter for HAB, whereas right now we are in a kind of administrative, we can do HAB work as long as it's administrative at this point. I'm probably not saying that in the most
Okay, so the
understanding way,
difference
but-
is the email now is just going to have members as
Exactly.
opposed to interested parties in the public.
100%, yeah.
Okay. All right. that
Thank you
makes
for
more sense.
clarifying.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
It's
But
okay.
I wasn't sure how many people didn't realize that they weren't getting the Thursday afternoon email.
That's
has
how
been
I
on
get
the
my national news too. And so I've been missing it.
Clarity's lacking a little bit all around. Sorry if I missed you, Chuck. Did you have a question?
Just real quickly in the chat, we keep seeing this. I am an AI assistant helping take notes for this meeting, and then they have a transcript. And I was just wondering, is that something that's a HAB tool that we can get into? Because when I click on that link, I end up at sign in, create an account. It looks like it's from OWL. So I'm just trying to figure out, is that something we're using, or is that just a nice to be out there and don't worry about it?
I think that is something that Christy is personally using. That's not something we have access to.
Okay, thank you so much.
And Matthew, do you have a question?
Yes, it's in regards to the HAB Happenings Thursday email. I found those to be very helpful to keep track of various things on the site if I'm not going through the administrative record that previous week. Would it be possible to consider having that email as it's normally written sent out to only HAB members?
There it is. I can work with Josh on that and I can get additional guidance. I will say not this week, but I will work on that with Josh and headquarters next week. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Are there in? Oh, go ahead, Chris.
Several years ago, when we didn't have real meetings anymore, face-to-face meetings, and everything was virtual, Teams was pretty active for providing information. Does this administrative prohibition say, would that prevent us from getting into Teams and giving information to other HAB members who might be interested, or having Josh put out information in Teams? I mean, I don't think we've been active in Teams now for a couple of years, but theoretically, could we get information from that?
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with like your processes in terms of utilizing Teams. But if you guys are communicating with each other through facilitation, I'm not sure I see a problem with that. It sounds to me like you're going you're working through via email right now. So Teams would just be a different avenue for that. Is that sort of what you're suggesting?
Well, each committee had a channel in Teams, and you could post committee information in there, and you could have discussions. And it was really just for HAB members. But Josh, or actually his predecessor, Ruth, could post information in there for general HAB purposes. And I'm just wondering if that could be a channel again for getting information as opposed to going online and getting his weekly update. Could he post it, for example, in Teams, and we could go into Teams and get it?
Josh, is that still a capability utilizing Teams channels?
Yes, it is. That is something we had attempted before, and there was a single-digit number of HAB members utilizing it. But I think we can re-explore that maybe in the next ESC call to figure out how we want to set that up and what kind of information we'd want to distribute that way. It's like a plan. I think that's the plan. Rob, what are your thoughts?
On a similar but different, when are we expecting the survey results to come out?
So that closed yesterday. I do think we try to grab those results and probably provide feedback. I would think at the next board meeting is sort of the schedule we're on. I don't know, Ben, if you have additional information on that.
Yeah, my colleague, Sarah Williams, who's been coordinating that, I think I saw an update of perhaps June or July for the results from the survey. I can take that back to her and get that exact response to you, if that helps.
Thank you.
Any other questions or matters of board business to address? Everyone looks satisfied. All right. Any closing thoughts, Susan?
I'm good. I'm thankful that everybody that stayed in person. I'm thankful that those that drove home because they have a distance to go to to avoid weather got home safe and still was able to engage online with us. I think it's been a productive meeting. I'm thankful for Chris for leading the effort for the cleanup priority advice.
I'm thankful I don't have to talk again today.
And everybody that worked with him to produce a product that we can be proud of. Becky?
Yeah, I just have a request. So March 5th at 10 a.m., I think you said, is the LIDS meeting. Please, anybody who's interested, come to that meeting because we do have a draft piece of advice now for the traffic safety, another piece of advice that we'll be putting together. Richard showed me what he had yesterday. We kind of wordsmithed a little bit. So if anybody's interested in that. And then May 7th and 8th is our next board meeting. And I'd be willing to set up something again for, something to do like the night before, if that sounds like something that everybody wants to do. I'm willing to do that again. Just, we can communicate however, but it was a good time Tuesday night. We can, have a blast again at trivia if that's, something that you guys want to do, or we could do something different, but just, reach out to me if, you have any ideas or if that's something you're interested in.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
For those at home, it hasn't started snowing yet, but the forecast is bad.
All right.
So, Jennifer?
Great. I think this thing is on. Thank you for the warm welcome. I think it has been a productive day and a half, and I look forward to the next meeting. And I enjoyed meeting more of you today. I don't think I've gotten around to everybody, but I look forward to meeting you all, and drive safe when you hit the road. Thanks, everyone.